We live, baby. We live.
He keeps alluding to this "we're gonna go live" thing.
Yeah. Well, we're actually live now, so here we are.
He keeps hinting at something. I don't know what it is. He refuses to do it.
How about you shut up and let me do the intro, huh? How about we do that?
No.
How about we do that? How about I do my intro?
20 minutes being live, and it's just like, nah.
They're called sound checks, man, and professional people do it, all right? I'm sorry for trying to bring a level of production to the...
Oh, my, the production is a...
We'll do it live.
I would love to do a live session one time if I thought we could get the audience behind it. That would be something. That would be something.
The sad part is we would have to tame it back so heavily.
So heavily. We already have to tame it back. We already have to tame it back.
Well, yeah, but live, you can't go back and maybe bleep out something that slipped through.
Yeah,
no, that's in the ethos now.
We already have to tame it back because of YouTube's terms of service and the but whatever, here we are.
You would turn into the roast of Tom Brady really fast.
Real fast.
It would just default.
All right, let's get started.
Shit at the walls.
I said, shut up and let me get started.
No.
So,
yes, senpai.
Welcome everybody to another session of Adventures in Loxos. Welcome everybody to another session of Adventures in Loxos. We are them old school gamers. And starting at the top, let's just do the names now because we're already like 5 minutes in and we haven't said a single thing. We have
we said a lot.
Starting at the top, we have AGTX the Dragons,
and this is why.
And he will be playing Uquil, the Human Slayer / Dragon Shaman Shamon. And yeah, he is the resident tank. And basically what we've decided is he's the main character if something needs to be killed.
Yes.
Absolutely.
If there's actual any I don't know what you would call
if there's murder, death, kill going on, he's about that life.
If there's meaningful progression going on, he's not your guy.
I resent that. Punching things in the face is a meaningful progression. I progressed through him.
You progressed through him. He's moving through you. If you can't understand,
I make it through to the other side.
I will literally whip this story into shape. Literally.
He's going to pump you up.
Yes.
Next we have Icy Hot _2305. Excuse me. And he will be playing the half druid, half human, Zoltan Heisenberg. And he is a deep druid. That's not your mama's druid. In some cases, maybe he is your mama's druid. I don't know. But he does not get his powers from the natural world of forests and fields and green grass and blue skies and rainbows and sunny beams from heaven. No. He gets his natural abilities from the dark places, beneath the ground, in the mountains and caves. The cockles, if you will. As we once said, the cock and ulls. That's where he gets his...
cock and anals? What?
Okay, why you gotta... No. He gets it. Yeah, that's what a deep druid is. They're not your typical druid.
Deep life.
He is the antithesis of your typical druid. Then we have Kassid 69. Okay. Almost. I almost got you. Yes, Kassid, she will be playing Agaragis, the Myconid, who is basically a 4-foot tall mushroom person, a humanoid mushroom, a fun guy with arms and legs and
Fun guy.
a fun guy. Yeah. Yeah. True story. Agaricus went into a bar one time and the bartender told them,
No.
we don't serve your kind. No, stop it. Stop it. Okay.
Right where you
Anyways.
Nice.
Yeah, I have been stopped. Zoltan.
There was a fungus, a druid, and a human sitting in a bar.
Yeah. Well, so Agaricus though, they a Myconid it has always been, or at least since 3.5, have been a race, a creatable race in the books. What we've done is we've homebrewed Agaricus's class, which is called a Pion Mender. Basically, just a buff machine. Kind of like a cleric, but a cleric has a lot more to offer than just their buffs. A cleric is more, can do damage and buffs. Agaricus can do some damage, but they are mainly a buff machine. And, yeah, the reason why they are a Pion Mender is because they are also a homebrewed subrace of Myconid. We call it androgyne, which is basically neither male nor female. It is exactly what a plant or a fungus actually is, and that is completely asexual. So, yeah, just thought that would be a fun little thing to do, and there we have Agaricus.
So what you're saying is it likes to get it on with itself.
I mean, it
Kind of what asexuality implies in a sense, yeah.
in a sense.
If you want to be literal about it. Yes,
there is all kinds of lore. There's all kinds of lore behind what an androgyne actually is and why they are asexual, this and that, but this is just an opening sequence and we don't have time for that. So but yeah,
all the time in the world, but sure.
Yeah, we got all the time in the world. I mean, I could explain it right now. Sit back and let me regale you a tale of a fateful trip. Then we have Tempest Inferno, who will be playing Otis Hirokin, the halfling cleric / favorite soul / champion of Obot High. And the thing about Tempest here is Tempest was actually a part of this group before we even began recording our sessions. We've been at this for nearly 9 years now, guys. Nearly 9 years. And we've seen a lot of players come and go. And Tempest was one of the OGs, like one of the first. We started off with 2 players and then moved up to, what was it? We added 3, so that would be 5. We had 5 and then we became 6. And yeah, then we added another player, we became 6, and we've just had a lot of people come and go over the years, and Otis was one of the first 5 to start playing, but because life gets in the way, he had to bow out for a little while, but he's back now, so we got Otis Hirokin has returned to the party. And
I also want to add that last session I was called cute. Otis ain't cute, he manly as fuck.
Yeah, Mr. Blossom.
I wouldn't go that far.
You talking about Mr. Blossom call? Yeah. Otis is. Oh, the funny thing about Otis, and I suppose we should explain this now about Otis. He, your typical halfling and halfling lore, and I'm guessing any of you Golden Wonders at home listening to this or watching it, know a little bit about high fantasy and lore and what a halfling is, and typically halflings are pretty spastic, and we're not saying Otis isn't spastic. In fact, Otis is spastic as all get out most of the time. However, Otis is a halfling that what sets him apart from most halflings is Otis is a halfling who is aware that he's a halfling. He is aware of his height. He's aware of the way people sometimes pander to him and this and that. And Otis is one of those halflings who has an anger control issue. And I don't think I've ever read any kind of fantasy or anything like that where there's been an actual halfling. If you've ever read like the Dragonlance series, Tasselhoff Burfoot does not have an anger control problem. But Otis does, and so it's funny. It's funny. That's what sets Otis off from sets him apart, I should say, from most halflings in halfling lore. And as this campaign progresses with Otis having returned, I think you Golden Wonders at home will see moments where you see this Napoleon syndrome, as some call it, manifest itself in Otis. And I will do my best to help him manifest it because it's so funny. Then we have Android, who will be playing Android for Risen, Lord Android for Risen, because he's got a manor and all sorts of things. He is a half human, half wood elf, bard / paladin, which the way we do paladins from 3.5, because that's what we play. We took it from the Unearthed Arcana book and made the Paladin a prestige class instead of just your regular starting class. So it's all killer, no filler. / Saint of Corlon Lorethian, the god of the elves. And yeah, he is, like I said before about Uquill. Uquill is the self-proclaimed main character if things need to die. But if things don't need to die, then it's Android.
The mouthpiece, if you will.
Yes, he is the mouthpiece of the group.
Uquill is the rest of the saxophone. Android just the mouthpiece.
I'm not sure if I approve of this, but I'll let it slide.
I'm not sure if I want to be a saxophone. I see myself as a awesome guitar. Yeah, I'm a freaking
I'm a trombone.
I'm an electric guitar. I don't know.
I'm a ukulele. Wait,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you are.
You're
Yeah,
the ukulele.
you are.
I'm the nylon strings.
Ooh woo, Yuki. Ooh woo.
Ooh, Dwagon Sama.
But yeah, that's
I will kill you.
that's the group, and I am your humble DM, Lord Pog. Man, this intro took forever, y'all. Let's get into the actual.
Like almost an hour to even get to it.
Yeah, let's do the actual intro thing. Yeah, the
Wayne's World party time. Excellent. Oh, sorry. Wrong intros.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't need that long of a pause. I just need like the briefest of silence to just clear.
Yeah.
But you know,
You want me to silence me?
but here we are. So, as a recap,
Recap.
kneecap. Oh my gosh! Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I have chaos going on. Hold on a second.
One.
I guess you don't get to know.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just suddenly, I'm just sitting here and then all of a sudden it's World War III over here. Okay. Here we go. So sorry.
Nice.
So sorry.
Just World War
So
III?
sorry. Just World War III.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, World War III will be fought with sticks and stones, but what World War IV will be fought with, I have no idea. So
Yeah.
actually, I said that all wrong. I messed it up, but whatever.
Yeah, we're aware.
Yeah. All right. So
Epic failure starts right now.
So that was actually kind of a catchy little tune you got going on there. All right, so let's do the recap. Let's do the recap. So last session, a lot happened, right? You guys learned a lot about the place you found yourself in. You met the fairy people. They kind of filled you in on why you couldn't be allowed to wander around, learn too much about the place you found yourself in. You guys pretty much sussed it out on your own. Like, I think a lot of you either have an idea or just downright know where you were. Otis and Zoltan met Bakab, a very different Bakab, who explained to Zoltan that the hourglass in his chest is called the time frame, and that basically it's a very powerful relic that belonged to the one known as Alexander, who he called a primordial. And Alexander is the guardian of the eternal clockwork, kind of like a glorified time machine, but not really a time machine. It's kind of just like the place that regulates time, as it were, and that it was stolen from him and somehow ended up in the hands of Zoltan. Most believe it was Zoltan's father, the legendary Chanticleer, the legendary rogue, who is not a rooster. Then you all were returned back. Meanwhile, but before even that happened, Agaragis in what
got my J's robbed.
Oh yeah, in what I had to call I didn't even plan on this happening. Like, I had no idea. It just kind of happened this way. But Agaragis, in just like this crazy move to basically take the campaign and kind of flip it upside down for a minute, decided, Agaragis has been biding their time, waiting to actually steal the hourglass from Zoltan. And Zoltan, because he used the hourglass in a place where the hourglass shouldn't necessarily have existed, at least not the one he's got, the time frame, it caused a astral tendon to grow from him and show him exactly how time flows. And Agaragis somehow, without really being able to see it, kind of played it like a bass string, and that caused Zoltan's astral essence to be yanked from his body, leaving his material body basically just collapsed on the ground. So Agaragis realized that since the hourglass is unattended, they grabbed it and tried to run into what they call their pocket, and which is just, think Lamont's tiny hut, basically, where her superior Dodd, another androgenine but an elder androgenine, was waiting for them. But Uquil and Android followed into the pocket and tried to stop Dodd and Agaragis from escaping, and Dodd succeeded in stopping Android but not Uquil. So Uquil, Dodd, and Agaragis, along with Yucca, Uquil's chimera, who he summoned up, are all now in a place called the Underworld. But because Uquil charged at Dodd through the door before it shut, he accidentally broke the key, which threw off the place they were supposed to end up. And so now they're in some unknown location in the Underworld, or what Dodd calls the in-between. Meaning that there are two major underworlds. Underground. There is the East and the West underworlds. Those are the most... Well, those are the most civilized underworlds, and that's a relative term by underworld standards, but they're the most civilized. Then you have the in-between, the path that one has to take to travel between both underworlds, because the underworlds exist in entire continents. The eastern underworld exists under the continent of Pangshun, while the western underworld exists under the continent of Siren, and in between those two continents is the continent of Alihazar, or which is also known as the Great Desert. That is the in-between, and it is an extremely dangerous place, full of all manner of denizens and caverns and chambers that weren't ever really supposed to be dug out, so they collapse frequently. So there's an uneasy alliance between Uquill and Dodd to try and keep each other alive as they travel the in-between to try and reach more civilized areas of the underworld. But they have found themselves in the what Dodd believes to be the domain of one Hallister Blackcloak. He is a legend of the underworld, an extremely dangerous archmage who Dodd is advising that you guys avoid disturbing at all costs. Android, Zoltan, and Otis plan on escorting Yin and Yang, Mazaru's children, back to Siren so they can go to Lorethian to meet their half-sister, Yoshi Lorethian. Yeah. And that's pretty much where we're at now. Now that Otis, Android, and Zoltan are back home, or at least back where they should be. Let's put it like that. They're not out of pocket anymore per se. They have returned to and the most major thing that has happened is you guys have also obtained yet another one of the essences of the elemental weirds. You guys obtained the Eye of the Storm from the elemental weird of Fang Titan, who that's kind of a long explanation, so I'll just give the short and sweet version of it. There are 4 elemental weirds who each are the conduits for the planes of the elements. You have fire, wind, water, and Terran. You guys accidentally killed one. I mean, you did it because you thought you were being benevolent, but it turns out that you were kind of tricked into it. And so the water weird died, gave you the water of life. Then the old oak gave you his essence, the alchemist stone, and then he died. And now Fang Titan has given you the Eye of the Storm, and now he has died. And basically you need to collect all 4 because the elements
gotta catch them all.
Yeah, because the elements are dying. You guys have cut off the elemental planes. There's no conduits anymore. So to regulate the elements of the material plane. So the material plane is slowly dying because it doesn't have the elements anymore. The elements will dry up, basically. And so you guys collected the 4th one. Android got knocked out as a result of it.
Android, yeah.
Yeah, it was a moment, and I suggest that you Golden Wonders at home go back and listen to the previous 2 installments, side A and side B. We chopped it in half because that was a long session. But basically, it was one of those moments. Before Fang Titan died, he said he was scared, and then he died. And I just distinctly remember Android coming to after Otis performed his medical abilities on you. waking up being like, Android just feels like, what did he say? He feels sad, or like it was like he felt brokenhearted. Yeah, he felt brokenhearted by those being Fang Titan's last words. So yeah, so you guys agreed that you would use the Eye of the Storm to take Yin and Yang back to Lorethian and then travel back here. So I guess that's where we're gonna pick up is you have Solar landing in the palace with Android, Otis, and Zoltan all riding on your guy. Yeah, Android, Otis, and Zoltan. Yeah, all riding on the back of Solar as he lands. And as you guys are landing at the palace, you guys can hear a commotion going on inside. It sounds like there's like raised voices of complaint, as it were. You know, somebody is there. There's an argument going on inside there, to be sure.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna roll a listen before entering.
Alrighty.
See if I can kind of suss out some of the, conversation.
Right. Yeah, so it's you're not that far away. It's pretty loud. You can hear a man demanding to speak with the new shogun of the Dragon Below shogunate, the Long Z Judo, as it were. He's standing, he's like arguing with somebody, and you can hear people inside there talking to him like, we understand your plight, but he first must get his affairs in order before he can just meet with you. You must understand. And you can hear the man's voice say, no. If you're going to switch shoguns this quickly, just out of the blue like that, I demand to hold an audience with him. Now, this isn't, I will say, Android, this isn't a voice that you recognize at all. This is a completely new person's voice. He's like, it is just
like angry person is new?
Yeah.
I see.
He's like, it is just good. It's the way things are done. You don't just out of the blue introduce a new shogun and then pretend like the other shoguns don't have a right to meet him. And then you hear the other voice, the more calmer voice, the one that's stammering a little bit. He's like, yes, you're the only one who has come to meet him thus far. The others don't seem to take this so personally. So it only makes one wonder why you are so offended. And then you hear the angry voice once again say, what exactly are you implying? And it's just going on and on like that. Basically, it's a huge back and forth,
Interesting. Okay. I guess we'll enter in because we're here to pick up Yin and Yang. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we'll enter in, and if we gotta come up there and interact with this same person that he's interacting with, I guess when I approach, I'll, do my best to give the dignified bow.
Well, as you enter, you see Zoltan, you see a familiar dragoon standing there talking. The dragoon who's trying to do the explaining. He is the shaman that you met previously, the one who acted extremely nervous when he spoke with you. He is one of the more goldish bronze scaled dragoons, you know. You spoke with him briefly once, and when you first began your investigation, and he just seemed extremely nervous and sort of suspicious to you, as he does really honestly now. He still does. He wears a hooded cloak over his head, and he's in robes that change color when he moves in the light, almost like it's iridescent, you know, or pearlescent, I should say. Not iridescent, but it's like a pearlescent cloak. There's almost times where it seems like it's just downright like a what was ethereal. It's almost like at times where it almost seems like his cloak is completely ethereal to you. But you recognize him from the one time he talked to you. He was a liaison for Mazaru when you guys first got there. I don't know if you remember that or not, because it was such a brief meeting with him, but he was kind of sweating and trying to answer your questions, and you just thought he seemed really suspicious to you.
I'll do what I did the first time and pull out the little glass.
You do?
Yeah.
What a gangster.
You see, you see his true form.
Nah.
Okay.
What you see there is an astral projection of a dragoon wearing a hooded robe and cloak, and his tail that comes out from underneath the cloak has little whiskers coming off the tip of it that just kind of float and dance. And you've seen this dragoon. You've seen this dragoon before, because behind him you can see where he first approached. He's left a trail, like a snail trail behind him.
Bruh.
But one of these whiskers, however, seems to, instead of just being a whisker, it seems to actually be turning into one of those ethereal cords, and it's leading back deeper into the palace, as if it's attached to something.
Let's tap Android. Hand on the thing and point. Or not point, but like nod my head at the direction.
Okay, Android, I guess, gazes through the glass at what he's talking about.
Android, you see the same thing, and you remember. Excuse me. Good grief. Golly, you take a drink of something and it doesn't want to go away. You see you see what I just described to Zoltan, and you're reminded of the description that Zoltan and Agaragis gave you of the figure that they saw when they saw that one disappear into the wall and leave the snail trail and everything, and the one description of basically the Woojin who they saw in the palace, and that one night when Agaragis saw Karajin speaking with a Woojin. This is the description. This is your first time of seeing it, but based upon their description and based upon what you're seeing now, you realize you're seeing it. And as you remove the glass, you see what you see is just that shaman, that dragoon shaman. But when you put the glass over it, you see that thing standing there talking. And it does. It has the Woojin essence, the aura coming right off of it.
Interesting. Okay.
The man.
And that's the same one that's talking to the angry guy about the Shogun, right?
Yes, and the angry guy, what you see there standing there is let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 men standing there, right? The one who's talking is a 7-foot tall human male who is dressed in finery. He wears like a fine white silk like robe. You know, he's all decked out, and he looks like a shogun. Basically, he's got this mighty dark black beard, and his hair is done up, you know, in Pangshunian fashion, you know, of the culture. He's the one doing all the talking, you know, and he's the one that's having the argument. But on one side of him stands a shorter, more stout human male with long white hair and a long white beard and a bushy mustache and eyebrows. His hair has like a top knot ponytail, and he wears this armor that is painted red, and he looks like he's real no nonsense, you know. On the other side of him is a man wearing a black silk suit and pants and leather steel gloves, and he wears a bronze mask that covers his face. And then the fourth guy, who is there, but he's not necessarily like, while the two are standing on either side of the man who's having the argument, there's one more there who's a younger guy. He's not necessarily in their group, but he's with them, you can tell, but he's just kind of hanging out. He's got this like arrogance, this air of arrogance to him, like he's half listening to what's going on, but at the same time he's just kind of looking around, checking up and down, looking at the ladies as they pass by, you know, the little slave girls, or even some of the Dragoonian women, like, ooh, exotic, you know what I mean? He's got these tattoos on his chest, and he's got this eye patch, and you can just tell that he spends a lot of time on his hair. He wears this leather jacket, and he's just kind of, you know, hanging out. You know what I mean? He's got one of those attitudes, like, he's acting like he's more important than the actual guy who's doing the talking, as it were, you know?
Right.
And they're just having this argument, you know, but yeah, you see them gentlemen standing there arguing with this dragoon, who every time you and Zoltan put the crystal to your eyes, you see his true form.
But there's nothing coming off of them?
There's nothing coming off of them. Well, there's little hints of it. You know, nothing major, else. Like everybody else. Like the one gentleman with the mask, for instance, you know what I mean? You can see little trace bits of it on his sword, for instance. You know, just little things like that. But yeah, nothing major. Not like the Dragoon. The Dragoon looks like he's almost like pure energy, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess Android's gonna turn to Zoltan and be like, what do you think? Do we... Well... I guess, can I roll a sense motive on these guys in, because I'm sure I can kind of glean, in a sense, that the guy that is got the Woojin magic coming off of him is, you know, trying to, I don't know, just keep them at bay. But can I roll a sense motive on them, on maybe perhaps I can, something that maybe they're saying that would
Yeah.
enable me to realize why they're so offended by this,
Sure.
you know, in particular.
Sure. What you can do is you can roll a sense motive, and I'll tell you what each one's motive appears to be. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
I can hear somebody's heartbeat right now.
Nice.
No, that's it. That's me eating.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm being fat right now. I was eating.
Ah, that's all right. I was just like, it sounded like a heartbeat, like when you hear a heartbeat through an ultrasound. I was like, what the heck? I was like, am I tripping? All right.
Giving y'all some ASMR real quick.
So, Android, as far as the one who's actually doing all the talking, the tall gentleman, the one who looks like he's in charge, as it were. Yeah, he seems extremely agitated about the matter of there being a new shogun. You know? You can't really determine why per se, but you know that it's
insulted somehow.
Yeah, it's not hard to tell that this somehow this is somehow a thorn in his side, but you can't really determine exactly how. You know? As far as the gentleman in the blood red armor, the older man in the blood red armor, and the gentleman in the mask, they haven't said much, but you can just tell by their body language that, well, the one in the blood red armor, he is just following the lead of the one doing the talking, but he's got this like stiff, well, he's not stiff, he's more I don't want to say jumpy.
Like a guard dog?
Like a guard dog. Exactly. Like he's not so much stiff, but he's not jumpy either. But you can tell just by the way he shifts his body that all the one who's talking has to do is just tell him attack and he'll do it, you know? Like that's his purpose, you know? He's like a mad dog, you know? The one with the mask who's not talking much, every once in a while he'll lean over and kind of whisper something in the ear of the one who's doing the talking, and the one doing the talking will stop only for the briefest of moments to consider what is being told him, and then he'll jump back into his rhetoric, you know? The one in the mask is the more stiffer of the three, but it's not stiff out of discomfort. You can tell that that's just his demeanor, right? He's real staunch. Then the fourth one, he's just, you could tell that he's young and
Here for the bitches.
yeah, well, you could tell that whatever position he holds quite possibly is actually more important than the other two men. You know what I mean? But it's given him this like attitude, you know? He's really just kind of here for the whatever. You know, like he's just here. And it looks like he's doing his best to fight off the boredom of the fact that he has to be here. You could tell that he doesn't really want to be here. You know, he'd rather be off doing whatever it is he wants to do. And, you know, that's why he's looking the ladies up and down and just kind of looking over the decorum and just kind of hanging out. And then every once in a while, listening to whatever is being said in the argument, almost like he's taking notes. You know, like, oh, yeah, that got said, okay. And then he'll go back to just kind of just hanging out, you know?
Interesting. Okay. I guess Android is gonna kind of look down at Otis, and he's gonna hold a finger up to his lips, to be like, indicate, be quiet, and he's gonna pass it down to him and nod over like Sultan did.
Otis,
to keep Otis in the loop.
Otis is looking at the thing you're handing him, and he's just like, "What? What am I supposed to do with this?"
Kind of shows him, like, look through it. Look at the desk. Look at the guy.
Otis looks directly at Android with it. And then he just starts looking around the room.
I'm gonna snicker at it a little bit because that was funny.
So you said you look at you said you looked at Android with it?
Yeah, I looked directly at Android with it.
Huh. So when you look at Android, right? For the briefest of moments, you see something kind of poke its head out from like around him. And then dodge back.
I hate you.
Otis is gonna lower his hand and just look at Android with like absolute fear.
What's gonna really bake your noodle is you're gonna wonder how long this has been like this.
I know. Android's gonna be like, I guess he sees the way that Otis is looking at him, and he's gonna kind of reach for the glass back, and be like,
pulls his hand away and looks around the room.
He's just gonna be like, hold on, what was that? Why'd you give me that look? Now Android's gonna start causing a commotion. You tricked Android into being the half-lane in this situation.
Don't think right here's a good time to talk about it. We can talk about it later. But first, let me look around. If you want me to.
So
He's just gonna try and keep quiet.
So Otis, you look around and you see the Dragoon standing there, and you see what they all saw, the astral form and the whiskery tail and the cord leading off of him and everything. And you pull the glass away and you see just a normal Dragoon there, Dragoon shaman, but then you put the glass back up and you see that he changes form, and then you remove it and you keep looking, you see the traces of Wu Jin magic on just about everyone, or some of the people, but nothing quite like this. Again, this looks like pure, like this looks like, I guess the difference is that on the little trinkets and stuff that these people keep on them that possess trace elements of Wu Jin magic, it seems like the Wu Jin magic is just kind of laying dormant, On this one particular Dragoon, it looks like the Wu Jin magic is in process of being used. Like you see it in active usage, in active form. So, and that's, you being you're able to determine that. Like, well, to Android and Zoltan, it just looks like pure Wu Jin magic. You realize the reason why it looks like that is because, through like the different studies and stuff that you've had to do to be a cleric once upon a time, you understand the arcana, not as well as say a wizard, but you understand it enough to know what magic looks like in the process of being active. And that's basically what you're picking up, is that the reason why this guy looks like that is because he is active Wu Jin magic taking form.
Otis is gonna look at Android again with the thing.
You don't see the thing again. Like, it looked like a shadow,
Was
like
it there long enough to be able to like describe what I saw?
It looked like the shade of something, like the faint outline of something. You don't want to say it was a shadow because it had features, You could make out like facial features. Like it looked. I'll tell you what you can roll a knowledge of Arcana and see if you can determine something more of what you saw there. So you can't 100% be positive, but it looked humanoid. It had features like humanoid features, but there was just something off about it. Like the head maybe was too round, maybe too bulbous. The eyes weren't sitting precisely where they should be. They looked a little raised, almost like they were sitting where the forehead should be, or maybe on top of the head, maybe. Something weird. And like, because of the shape of this thing's like face, if it had a mouth, its mouth would be incredibly wide.
The thing of nightmares, got it.
Well, yeah, but like, yeah, but I mean, you didn't see what I'll say that it didn't look like an eldritch horror per se. It's not something that's going to like crack your sanity, but at the same time, it doesn't quite look human. It's humanoid, but it doesn't quite look human.
Okay. Well, Otis is gonna hand the glass back to Android and then tell him about the Wujin magic that is just actively being cast.
You could roll a knowledge of the planes also, because I know clerics are pretty handy when it comes to that as well.
It's supposed to be. I don't know if Otis is.
You also determine too that when you're explaining how that is being actively cast, some of your lessons come to you and you say, you know, come to think of it too, you don't even think that that guy right there is actually real per se. You think that the Wujin magic makes him tangible, or at least it's like an illusion, like he should be tangible. Like you could shake his hand right now and would feel like you're shaking a hand. But if you break the illusion, you'll realize that you're not shaking anything's hand at all. That he's just what you would call an astral projection. Kind of like what happened to Zoltan earlier when you guys met Bakab. He was just an astral projection. You think that that cord is actually leading to who's ever projecting him. Coming off of his tail. Yeah. And you explain all of that, like, however Otis would explain that. I don't know exactly how Otis would explain that.
Word for word.
Word for word, huh? Just like that. Yeah, Android, roll me an intelligence to see if that comes out word for word. No. And if it doesn't, Otis, you're going to explain that.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess Android kind of takes the glass back and passes it back over to Zoltan, and he's like, so what do y'all think? Do we cause a ruckus, or do we let this slide until they work this out and then try to get to the bottom of it? Like, do we expose him in front of these people, or do we wait a minute and then try to source him out?
I mean, one of us could follow the trail, see where it's at.
I'm not the sneakiest lad.
Well, I'm not so much sneaky myself, but can't let Zoltan do it.
Whoa!
What about you, Drow Boy? Are you sneaky? You look like it.
Oh, it doesn't matter if he's sneaky or not. He don't got a ring to contact us.
Oh. That's right. Well, piss.
Now I'll do
The day Otis is the voice of reason.
it.
Yeah.
I know, right?
What has the group become?
The Nine Hills will change a man.
I mean, I can still sneak in there.
Good for you, but how you gonna let us know what you find?
You'll figure out when I come back.
Even if you don't come back.
My height is a 12 and my move silently is a 10. So, I mean, I'm not just terrible, but I'm not just fantastic.
Is that how Android explains it? He just breaks the fourth wall like Deadpool. Guys, my stats are not.
No,
Okay,
I guess if
silently is
Android is
one.
actually describing it, he's gonna be like, I am lacking in grace, so I can
Grace was fat.
try.
What
Or
is?
we could just all go.
I mean, yeah. I don't see an issue with us all walking.
Yeah. What? Now, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we just walk right past them with all authority and follow the cord?
I mean, we have rights to do anything. Mazaru said.
I
So the-
think we just try it. We just act inconspicuous and walk right by and try to follow the cord. That's my plan.
Here's another idea. I mean, I can always just,
If
you know,
We get stopped,
cast
just
a
be
spell
like,
and call them out that way.
yeah, we could do that. We could cast a spell and just call them out if you want to.
I could stab them.
That too. That would blow the illusion, I'm sure.
What is the spell you would cast?
Finger of death.
Just exactly where he's standing.
Oh, he's just gonna cast a spell on him like ah, and just blast him.
Yep.
Bitch!
Boom.
That
But you
or
know
like
what?
to just walk up to nonchalantly pull out the sword and just stab him.
How about the bitch? I like it. You
I
will
mean-
approve this message from across the world.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I will support it. It's
If you give me
certainly a you
permission,
will
I'm
be.
charging.
I mean, you don't need my permission. You can do it.
I'll already charge the guy.
while Otis is doing that, can I just sneak past and go find the cord?
Yeah, I mean you can. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. You can do whatever you want. Just everybody tell me what they're gonna do before they do it, and we'll play
Android,
it out.
Android's gonna watch Otis do this,
he said he's gonna watch.
and I'm gonna give Zoltan the thumbs up as he starts to move to follow the cord.
I'm just walking.
So Zoltan,
I'm just gonna move to insert myself between the dudes and Otis.
So Zoltan, you just begin to just walk like you have all the authority, like towards the cord, so you can follow it. Correct?
Oh no, I'm sneaking past. Once he does
Like-
what he does.
Oh,
Like
you're gonna let
Otis
me
gives
use
his
the
battle
motion
cry.
as a distraction.
Yeah, I'm using the motion as a distraction. I'm waiting until chaos breaks and then I'm gone.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, so how we're gonna do this then is I won't even have you roll. I'll just say because of the commotion, it'll be hard for anybody to really be paying attention to you, and you'll just. So Zoltan, you ready yourself to follow that cord the second Otis decides to cause the ruckus. Otis, tell me how you do this. So let me paint the picture for you. You're standing in the grand hall of the palace. This dragoon in disguise, the disguised dragoon. He's standing there talking. You've got the three men standing in front of him, having an argument, and you've got the one younger guy kind of standing off catty corner to their right, just kind of not really standing in a corner, but he's like probably about like 20 feet away from them, and he's at this point he's found himself like a human, well, I guess what you would call a slave girl or servant girl, and he's just kind of risen her up a little bit, you know. She's like backed up against the wall, not scared or anything. She's just like leaning up against the wall, just kind of giggling and smiling, and he's like leaning into her, got his one arm like up above her head, leaning against the wall, you know, and he's just leaning into her.
How you doing there? Let me whisper a little something in your ear.
Yeah, he's got like his one foot crossed over the other, and he's leaning in there, and he's just talking, and every once in a while he like takes a finger and like, you know, he like points in one direction. She goes to look, and he like catches her chin with his finger and turns her head towards him, and she just kind of giggles more, and you know what I mean? Like he's doing his thing, you know. At this point he's completely like dropped the plot of what's going on with the others that he came with.
So he's the one that's the astral projection, right?
Who, the one talking to the girl?
Yeah.
No, the dragoon is.
The dragon, okay.
Yeah, the dragoon. He's standing in front of like the main I guess it's like a small stage that you take steps up to that will take you into an open doored room, like an arched open door room that will take you into the main chamber of the throne room of the shogun. He's standing up on that little stage talking to the stage talking to these men. It's really just a raised part of the floor. It's like 2 steps up, and then you're on just this like little raised area that takes you in there. It's to show the importance of that. It's probably like about 50 feet by 50 feet, you know, just boom. It's big. It makes itself known. And he's standing up on it, just talking to these men, while these men are standing there. You know, the 3 of them are just standing there, like having this argument with him. You know.
In the pathway to said stage, is it pretty clear or obstructed?
You could make a wide berth around the 3 men and get up onto that stage if you wanted to. Yeah.
Okay. I would have just gonna nonchalantly walk up to the stage then, acting like he's supposed to be there. Come up behind the dragoon, and then draw a sword and stab him from behind.
Okay, just your sword?
Yeah.
Okay, so you stab him with your sword, right? And it's just a regular sword, correct?
The butterfly sword?
The butterfly sword. What is the butterfly sword?
You don't remember? You're the one who gave it to me.
I know, and I don't remember a thing about it. What I'm asking is it a magical weapon or is it just a regular sword?
I would assume it's a regular sword.
Okay. So you stab him, right? And like as you come up from behind him and draw the sword and stuff, the 2 men like look at you all weird, and the 3rd one who's doing the talking just stops and goes, "Well, now what is this now?" As you draw the sword and you stab right through him. And the second you do that, his whole projection kind of shifts. It's like if you had a hologram and you put your finger through it, how it would kind of fuzz, just, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, yeah, all debts are forgiven. Yeah, it just kind of, yeah, he just but like no damage happens to him. You know, you just kind of stab through him, but he just and then turns around and looks at you, and he drops off.
Sorry, I thought I saw a bug.
Do what?
Sorry, I thought I saw a bug.
Yeah. At that moment, Zoltan, you see him stab, and I guess you take off running, right?
Yeah, I'm hollering.
Yeah, so you take off running, following that tendril. We'll catch up to you here in a minute. You step. He drops all pretenses. Now, you watch as his arms drop to either side of his body as the projection now shows its true form, and you hear the one man. He's like, "Woojin magic here in the palace," and he backs up with his two men. You know.
Android's gonna scream, "Heresy!"
the only the one in the bronze mask turns to like even acknowledge that android, but he turns and looks at you, and in the mask you can't even see his eyes. They're just pure black. You know what I mean? And so you can't see where his eyes are looking, but you know he's looking right at you, and like wherever those eyes are, they are peering right into you. And he holds your gaze for a long time before finally turning back to the commotion. The Woojin's arms drop to his side and he looks at you, Otis, and you're like, "Sorry, I thought I saw a bug." And he looks at you and he goes, "I clearly see one."
Otis just gives him a wink.
He's like, you guys just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?
Obviously not.
You have car rush and nani, but you just couldn't leave it alone, could you?
Nah.
He, roll a balance for me.
Oh boy.
Okay. So he puts out his hands and basically like sonic blasts you right in the chest with it and sends you flying off that stage. Just whoa. Now roll me a reflex. Wow. Oh, this is like not today, Satan.
I was just going wee.
Yeah. Okay, so he blasts you off that stage doing only 19 points of damage on you. Physical damage, and it boom, you hit a wall and you get knocked prone. You manage, however, you don't take the full amount because you manage to just, like turn your body in such a way that you're able to, like, when you hit the wall, you mitigate it a little bit with your hands and shoulder, but you hit the ground and you're knocked prone.
Like, well, that wasn't very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. When this happens, you guys watch at Android. You watch as the grizzled old samurai with the white beard. He puts his hand like across the chest of the one who was doing all the talking. And he says, "My lord, we must flee from this battle. This has nothing to do with us." And so they all turn and they go to leave. they just exit.
No, that's why I screamed heresy. You're supposed to help me.
Yeah, they just
I don't have you quill here. I'm gonna get punched hard.
They yeah. As you're saying that, like you're yelling that at them, and the one in the mask, he just looks at you and he says, "These are not our lands, and these are not our problems." He looks
Fair enough.
He looks you up and he looks you up and down, Android, and he says, "You would do well to learn this lesson." And then and as he's leaving, you see the tall one, the leader. He's looking around and he sees the one over there still risen. That all this is going on, and he's still talking to the chick. He's still talking to the girl. It's like him and her have not paid attention to any of that. And you see him yell. He's like, "Oh, you! Let's go now!" And you see him kind of jump and look at him, and he's like, "Now!" And he just looks at her, and he reaches over and like she's wearing like a little pendant, like a little gold pendant on her neck, around her neck and everything. He leans in and just like grabs her and kisses her like wholeheartedly on the mouth, and then snatches the pendant off of her mouth, and he goes, "Till next time," and then holds it in front of her face and goes, "To remember you by," and he walks off. He like runs to catch up to the rest of them.
What a cat.
Yeah. You can hear him you can hear the leader like yelling at this one that he called Oyu. He's like, "I bring you here to learn how this is supposed to go, and you can't stop and pay attention for a minute. For even a minute, you can't pay attention." You could just hear, you know, like a younger voice being like, "Look, man, you know, I didn't ask to come. You brought me." And the voice just trails off.
Nice. I'm gonna try something a little crackheaded. I'm gonna turn and try to use my mage hand to grab the Woojin.
Okay.
Just like grab it, because my thoughts here is that since it's an astral body, it's like incorporeal, so it has no weight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that shouldn't like affect the weight limit of the mage hand. I guess I could read the rules more closely and double check. But since it's a magic thing, I thought I'd try it at least.
I allow it to grab at least 250 pounds, you know? So, like, the mage hand can
I
move
just
at
figured
least...
that a dragoon would be pretty heavy, you know?
Yeah.
But since it's an astral body, I didn't figure that would matter.
Right. Well, I changed the rules on it a little bit. Like, it can move 250 pound weight limit on it, and depending on like the size of the thing depends on how big the hand actually comes out. So like, because you're not going to come across something that's 250 pounds and it be small, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like, and the reason why I did that again is like a halfling with say like mage hand, or a gnome with say like mage hand can cast it and use it to grab himself and fling himself away. You know what I'm saying? It's like a neat little trick for him to be able to like, you know, get away from things. You know what I'm saying? He's like, "Today was the day you almost got Willow McButton Willows," yeah. And then he just flings himself away like, "Ah!" And then he's out, you know?
One more time for the people in the back.
Ah! And you'll notice that dragoons are slender, typically. You know what I mean? There are some like Kara Jin and Yin and Yang who are just look like freaking straight up meat canyons, but freaking they not, you know, this.
What does a meat canyon look like? I don't know what a meat canyon. I've never seen a meat canyon.
I don't exactly know. Well,
I'm disturbed and intrigued by your saying here, sir.
Well, I want you to picture a canyon, and then you fill it with meat, and just picture that.
The type of meat matters, sir.
Well, beef, of course. It's what's for dinner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so like this particular Woojin is slim, so and you know, he is just an astral projection, and because you're using magic to fight magic, you actually do cast the mage hand, and it grows to just the right proportions as you hum a little ditty. You know what I'm saying?
This land is my land. This land is your land. From the Siren Forest to the Pancunian Islands.
Okay. So, I was thinking reach out and touch someone, but
I was just thinking because he was like, you would do well to not meddle in other people's lands.
Well, you know, and here's the thing. Like I was just about to say, but somehow I like yours better because it just does seem like it's out of left field. So you just reach out and you freaking grab him, just boom, pin his arms to his side and just hold him tight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From attacking Otis anymore, and he just kind of fights it for a minute, and you can tell he's trying to like call himself back. So you feel the tug on your mage hand. You know what I'm saying? But you don't, it doesn't, it isn't broken just yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nice.
Consider
go,
this,
look and go.
Consider this one a freebie. You know what I'm saying? This first round of it, a freebie, because you took him by complete surprise. He was not expecting to have some giant astral hand just come out, you know, boom. And
used my noodle.
Yeah, very well. Very good. In fact, Solar even looks at you and goes, clever.
Thanks.
And you're just sitting there. Yeah, Tommy. Thanks.
Just like that, too.
Great.
Edward's like, thanks.
How do you feel? Great.
Great.
Yeah. Otis, you're like getting to your feet now. So you guys now have this this Woojin in your grasp. What do you do now?
Otis, punch it. I don't know. Holy flame. Something. Pillar of fire, this bitch. We gotta hold it down until Zoltan figures it out.
I mean, I don't really want to waste spells on an astral projection.
Fair enough.
It's actually gonna do damage to him. But let me see what I can do.
Can you help me restrain it?
Let me see what I can do. You're gonna have to give me a second.
Bless you. Oh, and I suppose, you know, just because I described it to the viewers at home, but for your guys' own viewing pleasure, I suppose I can show you this image to give you an idea of 20twin. I know that makes no sense what I just said. I'm fully aware of it.
But are you?
Yeah, I am. It's just it had to happen. You don't understand.
Oh,
It had to happen. Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah?
It just wasn't going to
It was
stop.
a canon event.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, just give you an idea of like what that Woojin, even though I described what the Woojin looks like, you know, he kind of looks like that. He kind of look like that. She shows me the Tapatio bottle and says, he look like that. He look like that.
Oh yeah?
Question. The spell Searing Light. It does say that it does damage, but would you say that it's bright enough to cause like blindness?
Does it say it causes blindness?
No, it doesn't really say anything about that. It just talks about damage.
Yeah.
It's like focus and power like a ray of the sun, and you know, I figured ray of sun pretty fucking bright.
Yeah, it's like a holy light
Solar
that.
flare.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a holy light that does damage. There are spells that cause blindness, so because there are spells that cause blindness, I can't really give that to you, you know, because then that makes taking those spells pointless, you know. And I, even though those spells don't have feelings, I feel like they do.
Most random thing I've ever heard today. That's fucking saying something.
Yeah, and we've only been at this for an hour. Just wait, because we haven't gotten to your adventures in the underworld just yet.
There's more.
But wait,
What?
there's more.
There's more.
But we made love. No. You.
No, you suck my dick.
give me another second.
But what about all those trips that we made?
Yeah, I like the shopping. Well, while we're waiting on Otis, Zoltan, you go hauling butt, like you're running, trying to follow this tendril, and it rounds you down a different hallway, takes you away from the throne room altogether, and it takes you down like a wider area of the palace, like a place where there's different rooms and stuff. Looks like different guest rooms even. Like it takes you into an area, like what looks like different, like I said, different guest rooms and whatnot. The paper checkerboard walls, rice paper checkerboard walls. As you go running by, you see one that looks like it's got a hole torn into it, like somebody accidentally put their hand through it or something at one point in time, but it's really low to the ground, almost like halfling size or something. And you're just like, strange, and you just keep running, and it takes you all the way up these steps up into an outside area. It takes you to an arched doorway that takes you completely outside, where there's a stairway made out of marble that is just a floating staircase, that no railing on either side. It's completely open, that takes you up to a circular shaped room that's completely walled off with a domed ceiling. You can see that the tendril leads you up those stairs up into that room. That's sitting on this platform that the stairs lead up to.
I stopped in.
Yeah, Zoltan. Did I cut out, or are you muted?
I'm still here.
Yeah. Yeah. So while Zoltan's pondering that, I guess, what did you find there, Otis?
Okay, so Otis is going to walk back up to the stage and cast Wave of Grief on him.
Wave of Grief.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do?
All within the cone, when the spell is cast, are overcome with sorrow and grief. They suffer a -3 morale penalty on all attack rolls, saving throws, ability checks, and skill checks.
Okay. Okay, so Otis, you walk over and is that a favorite soul spell or a cleric spell? It's a favorite soul spell.
Soul.
All right, so you just walk over and basically like cast that. There's no real holy divine ritual behind it. It's almost like you're just a holy sorcerer, as it were. You know what I mean? Like you're drawing it from yourself, and you just walk over and you're just like, Hadouken!
Yeah, I'll walk up to put a finger by my eye and run it down my cheek and say, cry about it.
Oh, nice. I like that. I like that. Yeah. And when you do that, the spell just projects from your body and washes over him. Is there a saving throw?
Will negate.
Will negates it, huh? What is the DC for that?
Shouldn't have told him that.
Well, I know roundabouts what this dude's will should be, so I'm just doing it.
18.
18? Okay, so he gets hit with that whole thing, and he sniffs it in for a minute, and you see his body kind of going limp for a minute, and his head just kind of lowers. And he just looks so defeated for like the briefest of seconds, and then he just kind of, and you watch as he just like begins to like, it's almost like he's puffing smoke out of his nostrils and the sides of his mouth, and you watch as he exhales the spell from his body, and he shakes it completely off and looks at you, Otis, and he says, I am no conjurer of cheap tricks.
But it's just
Pepper shrimp.
claps, like, okay.
Yeah, slow clap. Casts it again with a slow clap. Okay, bam. Do it again then.
If I had it prepared a second time, maybe I would.
He's like, stop it, you're hurting my feelings. Android, you're holding him within this spectral hand. You need to roll a concentration versus his will.
Concentration is the name of Android's game, but I just hope. I pray. In fact, Android's gonna say a quick little prayer to Coraline and the rest of you. Help! Help!
Send help!
You're all spectacle, testicles, wallet, and watch.
You're right.
All right.
Oh, that means I effectively rolled a 2.
You sure did, but he rolled a 1.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. He
But that still puts him at a 30 fucking 6.
yeah. Well, let's just say you beat him. You beat him. Not by much, but you did. Yeah,
Thank
so
goodness.
he looks at you now, Android, and he's like, and you. And he just like that, and you feel like his magic, his aura just instantly goes to like 11, you know? And you feel the hand kind of flex and kind of feels like it's bending back, like the fingers want to bend back on the hand as you're holding it. And you know, you fight it. You begin to like clench your fists and, you know, speed up the tempo of your song. You're like, this land is your land, this land is my land. You know, you fart and you retain your grasp. He just kind of goes, and he looks at you, Android, and he says, close one. He goes, but you can't hold it much longer. I can feel the weakness in you.
Oh. Yikes.
And away.
I'm gonna start rapping the words to Without Me. You're like, Android Frizz, new names, new gimmick. Boom, 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 boom. Right.
You don't even say Frizzin', you're just Android Frizz. Yeah, I don't know. Stupid.
Droid Frizzy.
Droid Frizzy is what they call me. Droid Frizzy. New name, no gimmicks. Zoltan, have you decided what you want to do while staring up at the staircase? You missed that whole thing?
Yeah, you kind of cut out.
You ran down a hallway that you realize is like a bunch of guest rooms, basically, right? Like the checkerboard pattern walls with the rice paper. And you're running by, and at one point you see like a hole in one of the rice paper walls, you know? Like somebody accidentally put their hand through it at some point in time, but it's like low, like halfling, like somebody as tall as like Otis, you know, and you just think that's weird. But it takes you down the hallway to a wall with an open archway door that leads out to a floating staircase that just goes straight up, made out of marble. And the staircase leads up to a platform. And on that platform, this floating platform is a room. It's a circular room with a domed ceiling to it and an archway opening to it as well. And then there's like a bunch of windows that line, open windows that just line around it.
Alrighty, well, I guess I'm gonna use my spell Airwalk and go up there.
Okay.
If you want me to tell you what Airwalk does, I can't tell you because I don't have the books.
No, I know what it does. It basically just
Alrighty.
it acts like a stairs. It acts like stairs. So when you airwalk, you have to use it like you're walking upstairs. So in essence, what you do is to get up them stairs, you basically just airwalk the pattern of the stairs all the way up to instead of using the actual stairs, you just airwalk them stairs. But you can,
You said floating.
huh?
You said floating stairs.
Well, they are floating stairs. That's an expression. That means that those stairs, what a floating staircase is in architecture, is a stairway that isn't built into any wall or doesn't have an actual base. It's just stairs that are free floating. They connect to the platform that it's going to and to the spot you're standing. Is what a floating staircase is. It's not really magical. It's just a type of stairway.
I misunderstood you. I thought they were broken up in the segments.
You know what? I should have actually I should have thought about my terminology because I can see how that would be a confusing thing. Yeah. But yeah, that is a type of architecture, actually. There's nothing magical about it. It's just a stairway that has what keeps it there is the fact that it's attached to the doorway you're standing in at the palace, and it's attached to that platform at the very top. And the reason why they're made out of such a solid structure like marble is because it's got to support that platform at the very top. Yeah. Yeah, that's not your bad. That's my bad. I guess I didn't think about that. But now you know, you learned something today.
I did.
Da, 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 da.
And I broke roll 20 in the process. What a lad.
Mm-hmm. But you can still use your airwalk if you're wanting to try and sneak up to that room instead of just wholeheartedly going up there. You know, that's still not a bad plan that you have. Ideally.
I still use it because I haven't been able to use spells.
So that's what you want to do? You want to use the airwalk and sneak up to that room?
See?
Okay. So as you use your airwalk and go up them stairs, what do you up your incorporeal stairs, your magical stairs, as it were? How do you want to approach this? What do you want to do when you get up there?
When I get up there, I just want to peek my head up a little bit and see what's up there.
Okay, so you get up there, you looking through the doorway, the window?
Oh, I'm looking straight through the window.
Okay, so you airwalk up to one of the windows and you peek your head up in there and you see you see the dragoon that you met. He's got one of the tendrils coming off of his body, and from what you can judge of what was going on in there, it appears he was astral projecting an image to the person he was talking to. But you're looking around this room and you realize he's been ransacking this room. He's been looking for something in particular. Like he's been rooting through, like there's chests that are open with clothes and different items. You know, the bed's been flipped over. There's a desk there that's been open and dumped out. Drawers have been dumped out. He's looking for something in there. But now something has stopped him and caught his complete attention. He looks like he's frozen in place, as if he's like mentally fighting something right now. It's completely halted his progress.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, I wish to go in the room.
You go in the room and he blasts you with some magic. No, I'm just kidding. You go into the
understandable.
You go into the room and you realize he's completely unaware of your presence. He's like standing there. He's standing upright. His hands are outstretched on either side of him, like he's looking up to the heavens. You know what I mean? His eyes are rolled back into his skull as the tendril is coming off of his body
In this stance, is there any stone in the room, perchance?
Stone? The whole room.
Stone.
Yeah, the whole room is made out of marble. Yes.
I can't use that idea then.
Well,
Is it marvelous?
Well, marble is a type of marble is a type of stone. Yeah.
If that's the case, can I use stone shape to encase his whole body and just keep his face uncovered?
You sure can.
It's like I want it to be
much
tight on him.
Indians?
I want to keep it as tight on him as possible, but keep his face like uncovered.
So you basically make his whole body like a stone statue up until his head. His head is the only part that, which pretty much means you basically cover his body in stone, but it's like the shape of the stance he's in, making him like a statue with his head completely uncovered. And he's like yeah, like his head is uncovered. He's still completely unaware of it though. He has no idea. And this does not seem to affect the tendril at all.
That's what she said.
Well,
No.
Okay.
yeah, I would say this doesn't affect the
How do you
tendril.
know? You weren't there.
Well, no, I take
So how
that.
do you know? You weren't there.
I take that back. It would affect the tendril because you had to use magic. So at the moment you're doing
You're
that,
supposed to be hiding. Hide the camera. She can't know.
okay, I'm gonna have to mute you for a second. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So when you cover the body in stone, you're having to use magic to do that, and so that actually. The stone at that one moment is infused with magic. So when you cover the spot that the tendril's coming out of, it severs the tendril completely. Just cuts it. Yeah, which instantly like takes him out of his trance. But now he's like completely covered in the stone, and he's just looking around like, what is going on? And he looks around for a minute all confused, and then he sees you, Zoltan, and he's like, you. It's always you.
I bow and I say thank you.
He's like, you and your friends have been nothing but a thorn in my side since this began.
Puddle snap.
You know, they just mumbles, puddle snap. No, nothing like that. But he's like, release me at once, fool.
Why don't you tell me what you was doing first?
He goes, why don't you go returning to spanking your mother?
Why can't I spank yours?
He says, because my mother's a real woman.
And she's a freak in the sheets. Anyways.
He says, well, clearly we're getting somewhere with this conversation, aren't we?
We are.
He says, I have an
idea. You care
idea.
to tell me what you were doing?
He says, I have an idea. Clearly you're not very good at interrogation. Maybe you want to go get your friend with the astral hand and see if he can have a better chance at getting any information out of me. You know?
I'm gonna stay right here.
Let the adults talk, as it were.
No, I'm good.
Says,
Is there a chair in this room?
yeah, there's like one that's turned over.
Can I grab the chair and pull it up right in front of him?
Yeah. You're allowed to play
gonna
as
do
much
that.
D&D as you like. So do you like sit in it? Like, do you sit or do you like turn it around and sit on it, like resting your arms on the back of it? Or how do you do? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, rest of my arms on the back of it.
So yeah, you take the chair and you flip it around and sit on it with it turned around, and you rest your arms on the back of it, just staring at him. And he looks at you and he goes, "Oh, I see. Yes, you're very tough." He goes,
I wasn't aiming for tough.
He goes, "How about you aim for either figuring out what it is you need to figure out in this room, and then flying away, little bird. Or how about this? You just fly away."
Why can't you just tell me what you were doing?
He says, "Oh, yes, while I'm at it, why don't I just give you the plans to every idea and plot I've ever had my entire life? Why don't I just spill my guts and do a whole monologue for you?" He goes, "What do you think?
That would be nice.
What do you think this is? Some one-act play where the villain gives his plans, his nefarious plans to the hero before putting him up in some kind of device that's gonna kill him? When clearly he should just kill him, right? Clearly he should just kill him, but no, he puts him in some kind of elaborate, plan that should kill him, but it won't because he'll find a way out of it." He goes, yes, why don't I monologue to you? He goes,
I was just asking what you were doing in the room. Why you gotta be mean?
He goes, and he begins to try and break out. It's like,
What a bomb.
it's like, I'm finished with you. He goes, "Oh." He goes, I'm completely, I'm sorry. I haven't done you any favors, have I? It didn't occur to me. I have done you a great injustice. No, scratch that. I've done me a great injustice. By even sitting here and entertaining this longer than I needed to. He goes, what was I thinking? And then suddenly, the room begins to shake.
Oh, you can do that too. Type shit.
He goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "I sure can." He goes, "And if you're smart, you'll run." And you watch as the stone begins to crack around his body. And then chunks of it just begin to break off like watching a...
Can I use Belful Polymorph while he's doing this?
Oh, you're gonna try and polymorph him?
Yeah.
What is the save on that? Is that a will save?
I wish I could tell you. I believe it's a will. It's either a will or a fort. I think it's a fort 5.
Do you know what book it's in?
Ooh, if I had to guess, if I had to remember, it would probably be in the. I had Player's Handbook, Complete Warrior, and Complete Divine. I think it was Complete Divine.
Balfour Polymorph. I'm gonna Google it. Just Google it.
That's the best idea. Don't trust me.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Fortitude negates.
Ah, I was right.
Hill partial.
Oh yeah, you're trying to change him so it'd be a fort.
If the subject remains consecutive hours, it must attempt a will save. Save fails. Oh, okay. So it's only a will save if he gets. Okay, so it's a fortitude at this. Ooh, that might screw him actually.
Chat.
You good right now?
Chat.
What is?
Will he be a
What level spell is it?
A 5.
So what is the DC for it?
20.
20? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Please work. This
Oh
would be
my
awesome.
gosh. Okay,
Does it work?
yeah, it works. What do you polymorph him into?
Giddy.
Wait,
I'm so excited.
how does-
Turning him into a bunny. He's getting turned into a rabbit.
yeah, such as a dog, lizard, monkey, or toad. Yeah, something like a small animal of no more than one.
Silly
hit
rabbit.
die.
Hurt your kid.
I'm turning him into a rabbit.
So he's laughing at you. He's like, I would run, and you're like, and you cast, and he's like, what? And he like tries to fight it off for a minute, and then he just kind of, and you just watch as like his whole head vanishes inside the cask that was his stone effigy, as it were. When you get up and look inside the hole where his neck was, you just see this little rabbit looking up at you, and it's just kind of doing like the rabbit nose thing where, you know how rabbits always look like they're chewing on something? You know, its nose is just kind of twitching,
Yeah.
and its whiskers and its ears, and it's looking up at you, and it, you know, it can't talk or anything, but it just, you look, it's a white rabbit, and it's red eyes on a white rabbit. Normally they have red eyes anyways, but these red eyes seem to be blood red, and it is the weirdest thing. But you don't think you've seen rabbits in your life at this point, you know, from the underworld, but you don't think you've ever seen a rabbit with so much hatred. And you can't really tell because it's such a cute little rabbit, but in its eyes, there is a deep crimson hatred there that you just cannot describe.
Dropping on the floor.
Yeah. And it's just looking up at you, like up inside there, like it's sitting in the crotch area because it's trying not to fall down into one of the chambers that where its leg once was, down inside this stone structure that once was its body, as it looks up at you.
Zoltan is happy with himself. He's astonished that he was able to pull off this.
Yeah. There was a strong chance that wasn't going to happen, and I am surprised.
Can I use, on the topic of me using a lot of spells, can I use my spell Speak with Animals to talk to this guy?
You sure can. Why would you? Of course you can. But of course you can. Of course that's how it works. Android, don't let Agaragos fall asleep.
Right.
Right.
Get your spray bottle ready.
We're not there quite yet, but I'm just throwing that out as a disclaimer
spray
now.
bottle.
Just like every now and then I'm going to throw that out there, like, keep Agaragos awake.
Very well.
Oh man, oh my lord.
Yeah, so Zoltan, you cast Speak with Animals, and what happens is like a lot of like silhouettes of different kinds of animals form above your head, and then they form into a ball and run down into your mouth and down your throat. You watch the glowing light down into your Adam's apple as your Adam's apple glows for a minute, making your just woo. And now you can speak with animals.
I'm gonna look down at him and cutely say, "Why should I run?"
He looks up at you and he goes, all right, what is it you want?
Like I said, tell me what the hell you were doing.
He goes, first, let's make a deal.
Hmm.
He says, look, kid, look. He goes, sooner or later, I'll overcome this, and I'll come back. One way or the other, I'm getting out of this situation. You won't be able to hold me in this form forever.
Alrighty.
He says, but on the off chance, I'll make a deal with you. I'll tell you what you wanted. I'll tell you what you want to know. You change me back, and then I'm getting out of here. You don't tell anybody where you got this information or how you know it. I'm just going to disappear. This whole deal has gone south anyways. Everything is messed up now. Kara Shin is in prison, and our allies are... Well, it's just not going to work now. He says you don't know the kind of people we're in business with right now. He says, so I'll tell you what you want to know. You change me back, or you can wait, and odds are I'll change back, and you won't get me a second time now that I know your tricks. And I happen to know that you have a brand new, beautiful little bride who's waiting for you. I'm not like the others. I'll get her. One way or another, I'll get her. So, you can take my deal. I'll tell you what you want to know. You change me back, and then you and your friends piss off to the 9 hells and leave me alone. And I will disappear. You'll never see me again. I'm out. I want no part of any of this. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Alrighty.
Says, okay. Deal?
Deal.
He's like, then pick me up out of this stone statue that was once my body.
You're not gonna bite me, are you?
He like closes his mouth and goes, no, I guess not. He says, look, I'm not stupid. You'll change me back and my body will just reform in this and I'll be stuck in this statue and you think you got another one on me. I'm not stupid, kid. I've been doing this a lot longer than you have. Pull me up out of this hole.
Why don't you tell me all the information in that hole and then I'll get you out of it?
He says, oh yeah, okay. Or better yet, pull me out of this hole and I'll tell you all the information.
Or you could just tell me right now.
Says, you know what? Screw it. He says, I'll just sit here. I'll wait. This is gonna wear off eventually anyways. And then I'm gonna make your wedding night a very, very sad event.
How much longer until Android would just show up?
He says, if I were you, I would just kill me. He says, because you're not going to get any information out of me with that kind of attitude. Go ahead and look around the room. See if you find what it is you're looking for, if you're even smart enough to know when you have found it. Because if you don't pull me out of this hole, then I would just kill me, because I am going to definitely kill you one day. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure you suffer by knowing you could have saved your precious little wife first. Says, welcome to Pang Shun, kid.
I'm gonna look around the room. I sent you a search. I sent a ride on accident. I fat fingered it.
Right. Well, that search is garbage, my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you. You get to looking around and you find like different maps and trinkets and things. You find some gold. You Or you don't find some gold, you find some of their currency, the win, the clay mixed with metal, you know? And you pocket it for whatever reason. You just pocket it. You're like, well, you know, that's not bad. You know, you get five win. But you're looking around, you find different like weapons, like decorative weapons and tapestries and some books and some ink and parchment and different things like that. But you don't make heads or tails of anything that you're looking through. And you're like kind of scrounging around, making some racket and whatnot. And you just hear him from inside his stone prison just kind of laugh. He goes, yeah, you probably already found it. You just don't know it.
I'm gonna yell back at him, be like, what is it exactly that I'm looking for again?
He goes, a clue, because you ain't got one.
Haha, funny. Coming from the person that lost.
He goes, the only way I'm gonna lose, I told you, is if you kill me right here and now.
I'm gonna walk over there and pick him. I'm gonna put my hands in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna pick them up by like the like his stomach and keep his head away from my like arms and stuff.
Why don't you just pick him up by his ears?
Right?
Yeah. That'll keep his mouth away from your hands. It's, you know.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
All right. So you pick him up by his ears and you pull him up out of the hole and he just looks at you and he goes, see, now was that so hard?
Alrighty, so what were you looking for?
It says first move away from the hole.
You make a lot of demands.
He says, yeah, like I'm going to tell you what you're looking for so you can just drop me back down in the hole. I ain't stupid.
Alrighty.
Says, now, massage my feet. No, I'm just kidding.
This rabbit's asking for it.
It says, okay, somewhere in here is a map. It says this map will show you all prime locations of an alliance that has been set up between the Saozu Shogunate, the Six Demon Shogunate, and the Kuatula Shogunate. On this map, it will show you meeting places, and on the back of it, it'll have names to people who are involved.
And why do you want it?
It says, well, for one, because my name is on the map. So, you know, it's called what we call incriminating evidence. And two, because it's incriminating evidence.
Mm-hmm.
He says, and just because Kara Jin is now out, as it were, now that he's not actually in on the plot, doesn't necessarily mean that our benefactors have completely given up.
And what was the plot?
Says, oh. He goes, well, funny story, really. None of your business. Find the map, get the names, and ask one of them. I've told you everything I'm gonna tell you.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Anything else you're gonna tell me at all?
Yeah, there's something I'm gonna tell you to do, and that is set me down and turn me back so I can get up out of here. He goes, my whole career as a shaman for Mazaru is now forfeit. He says, if you guys are really going to chase this, and then he kind of looks at his body and kind of you watch him kind of go limp, and he goes, if you guys are gonna really chase this rabbit down a hole, then I don't want any part of it. I'd rather hightail it out of here now with what I have than stick around and end up in the kind of condition these fools are.
With that, I'm killing him.
Oh my gosh.
No shot. What a guy.
How do you kill him?
I'm quite literally putting my hand around its throat and choking it. And saying, don't you ever dare threaten her again.
As you're choking him out, he's like sitting there, and just before his like breath, he loses any kind of ability to talk. He just kind of laughs and he goes, now you're learning. See? It takes a cruel man to live in a cruel world. I changed you. He laughs. He goes, makes me wonder if I actually lost. And then his body just goes limp.
Nice.
Somebody ought to choke out bad. Anyways. Yeah. So yeah, he goes limp in your hand and he's just dead as you let him go, and he just flops to the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to searching the room.
Does he stay as like a rabbit?
He does.
Just out of curiosity?
He sure does.
Cool.
Yep.
I'm assuming I have to roll another search.
Well, yeah, but it won't be as hard now that you know what it is you're looking for.
Did I press search that time?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, chat, we're going up by
Nice.
increments of 1.
It is so terrible. So you know what it is you're looking for, but you can't seem to find it. The rabbit, the Woojin, was positive it was in here. But if it is, you can't find it. You're not entirely sure. You're looking and looking, but man, you're just not finding it.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna pick up the rabbit and go back down to Android and Otis.
Okay, so on your way back, let's rewind a little bit. Android and Otis, you guys are standing there with the Woojin, and like he said to you, Android, you know, you will break, I will break your will, all that stuff. And Otis, you and Android are standing there with him, and then out of nowhere, his body just vanishes. The tendril just severs, and for like a split second there, you guys see like this pop and this crackle of ethereal light, and you just watch as his head points to the sky and he goes, "Whoa!" and screams out as light just shoots out of his eyes, and he just vanishes inside the inside your mage hand, Android.
Otis is gonna look at Android and be like, that can't be good.
No, I really don't like that, Otis.
Solar just says, it looked like he was in pain.
Well,
What now?
He had bad walk-ons.
I hope Zoltan's okay. Head through that doorway that Zoltan went through.
I am going to pull out my Eye of Groomsh and focus on Zoltan and see if I can see where he is.
Nice.
Oh, okay. So, Android, you begin to walk and you see Otis pull out the Eye of Groomsh and begin to look through it. Now, you've never actually seen the Eye of Groomsh before. You're not entirely sure what he's doing now, but now Otis is pulling out like a gem, like it's not a gem like what Zoltan has. His is more like a glass ball that seems to have the little tiny glowing fire that was inside of it when you looked at it last, Otis, has now gone away. It's like when you guys left that place, that disappeared. Right? So now it's just returned back to that sphere, but that tiny it's about the size of a orange in your hand. So Android, in your hand, it's more like the size of a tangerine, I guess, or like a little
like a little cutie,
like a little clementine. Yeah. You know, yeah, a little cutie. But
like
yeah, you see, he goes, bro. But yeah, but that as he puts it to his eye, you watch as like what looks like a whoosh, almost like a vortex of energy begins to form inside the sphere as he starts looking through it. And Solar's looking down at you now, Otis, all surprised too, and he's like, "Well, where did you get that?"
Nifty.
You remember Groom, right?
He goes, he just nods. He goes, "I'm well aware of what it is you have."
Okay, then why are you asking if you already know?
He goes, no. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. I'm well aware of what it is. I'm just wondering why you have it. How do you guys, he thinks to himself, he's like, the deck of many things, the eye of Groomsh, the time frame. He's like, how do you all keep getting a hold of these things that none of you have any business having?
So I thought
Otis
he was
looks
dead.
at Solar with a straight face and says, "Because I'm the chosen one."
I
thought
think
Solar
he's on
was
to
there when we
something.
got the eye group.
You what?
But I could have sworn Solar was there whenever we got the eye.
He was there, but he wasn't there. Like it wasn't made a big deal out of it, right? Otis just kind of ran over and took it. And everybody, you know, to Solar, to anybody not paying attention, it would have just seemed like Groomsh had fallen into the pit and died. You know? There was so much going on at that time with the stranger appearing and attacking you guys, and Corlon Larethian sacrificing himself to save you all, and things like that. There was so much going on that there was that Otis, you know, 4-foot Otis running over and just taking that eye out of his head before evading. Nobody would have paid attention to that. You know what I
The
mean?
reason why Otis did that, though, is his task was to take said eye and shove it down the throat of Luthic, which he failed, so he kept it.
Yes. About that. Anyways, so yeah, but you stare into it and you focus on Zoltan, and the vortex of light, it swirls and maneuvers, and then eventually, Otis, it's like you're looking through a singular eye as and it's shaped like an eye. It's like you're looking through a peephole shaped like an eye, and all around it is blurred except through this one image, this eye-shaped image. Everything else around it is blurred. You're looking through this one eye, and you can see Zoltan standing there talking down. You hear this whole conversation take place. He's talking down inside this stone statue that's shaped like a body, some kind of body of some sort. You don't hear what he's talking down into. The hole where the head should be is missing, and it's just a hole where the neck is. And or not even the neck, it's just a hole where the shoulders are. There's no neck or head. And he's talking down into it. You don't hear anything that the whatever he's talking to is saying it, but you hear that whole conversation. He's having this whole argument. Everything that just got said, his response is everything. You hear the whole thing now. You can see and hear the whole thing. And you watch as he pulls out this rabbit and starts talking to it and everything. And again, the rabbit's not talking at all. You can...
I'm looking through the eyes of the rabbit.
You're looking through just some random eye. You're not looking through the eyes of the rabbit at all. It's like a type of scrying, as it were. It's like you are there, like a cyclops, an invisible cyclops is standing there just watching this, right? But you don't how do I explain it? You know, when you're looking through your regular eyes, you know, you can kind of see in your peripheral vision your own face. You know what I'm saying? You can't even see that. It's just like there's a hole in reality that is shaped like an eye, and then you can see the rest of reality around this hole, except it's all blurred and streaky. The only thing that's clear, that's a clear projection that you can see and hear, is that. And if you look away from it, the volume of whatever it was you were looking at disappears, because you look at the rabbit and Zoltan's voice lowers, and then you look back at Zoltan and you can see in his voice raises again. So you have to focus on whatever it is you want to hear. You have to focus on it. But you keep looking at the rabbit and you can't hear the rabbit talking at all. I'll let you roll a knowledge of Arcana if you want.
That did me well before.
Huh?
Because that did me well before.
Well, yeah. That's
better
not
this time,
that's
actually.
yeah, that's not bad. You determine that because you have some knowledge of druids, because you did live in High Forest, so, and you know that Obad High isn't the type to take on clerics. You're like 1 in a million. You're like 1 in infinity. You're the only cleric Obad High has ever taken. Typically his favored kind of people. He doesn't rely on clerics. He's always relied on druids, you know? He is the god of nature, the god of life. So you have some knowledge of druids. You know, typically halflings become druids for him. So you have some knowledge of druids. You realize that what Zoltan is doing right now is he's speaking with this animal. And that's why you can't hear the animal at all, because you don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? Like that's... But you can hear him speaking to it, and you hear the whole conversation, and then you watch as he grabs this rabbit around its throat and just chokes it to death. And says the thing that he said, you know, don't ever threaten her and everything like that, and then drop it to the floor. And now he's like searching around this room frantically, and he just seems completely perplexed. And then he walks over and grabs the rabbit by the ears and slings it over his shoulder and leaves the room. And you begin to follow him as it looks like he's returning towards you and Android.
With that, Otis lowers the eye and like, we don't need to leave. He's coming back to us.
Oh, good then.
He's also a rabbit murderer.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Android's like, not one of the big rabbits.
Small rabbit. But I think it was the guy that we were just confronting. Because he was talking to it and he said, don't ever threaten what's your face ever again.
You see this kind of like growing concern on Android's face, because he's like, did it appear to be like one of the bonsai people? I know you haven't been here long, but you know, like, was it like one of the rabbit people we've seen walking around, or was it like a regular rabbit?
It was a regular rabbit.
Okay.
Regular run-of-the-mill rabbit.
Well, perhaps there's some explanation.
I guess we'll ask him when he gets back.
Yeah.
It's about that time that, as you guys are having that discussion, that Zoltan comes through the doorway with this rabbit over his shoulder, and he comes walking in.
What's up, rabbit murderer? I saw the whole thing.
Good. Makes explaining a little bit easier, I guess.
I mean, it is a question that, in fact, I was here and I saw everything.
So what exactly happened back there, bud? I was holding down the ghost.
Oh, I
And it
encased them
exploded.
I encased them in a stone shell and then turned them into this. And then I got information out of him. And then he threatened to me, and then I killed him for it.
Oh. Well, fair enough, I guess. What did he tell you?
Oh, he told me there was this map that there's all these shoguns that meet, and it had all the names on them, and I couldn't find it, so I was gonna ask if y'all could help me come find it.
Okay,
Sure.
fair enough.
What do I do with this?
Android takes it from you and stuffs it in his bag of holding. And he's like, he kind of chuckles to himself because he's like, I could just imagine myself forgetting that this is even here because I'm not going to write it down in my equipment. And I'm going to forget that this is here. And one day, whoever just happens to have this bag after me somewhere down the line is going to open it up and they're going to be looking for something and they're going to pull this dead rabbit out of here and have zero context as to why it's even in there. And that gives me a right giggle. So I'm stuffing it in here. He just shoves it in there. That's why I keep Shiva's hand also. Just psychological terror for future owners, you know what I mean? It's a little mind game I like to play.
Oh, I'm gonna ask Android for my for my gym back.
What then?
The Woojin thing.
Oh, you mean your little glass thing? I thought I gave that back to you. Well, here you go. My fault. G. It's yours.
All right.
For some reason, Android is struggling to let go of it.
Oh, no.
It's like a big lighter. He passes it off to you.
I'm taking it. I'm stuffing it in my pocket.
As you guys are having this discussion, and all this is going on, a group of Royal Guard come marching out of one of the side rooms, and they come in, and the girl that Oyu was talking to, the servant girl, she points in your guys' direction. She says, them, yes. And they come marching in your guys' direction, and they're like, hold. And
What?
they look in the direction of where the astral projection of the Woojin was, and it's just left this big old dark blot on the, like a firecracker went off. Just it's black and soot and sulfur. And they look, and the one looks at you, Otis, who asked, for what? And they say, for that. What seems...
Why does what Otis said? What do you want me to hold on to?
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, it completely confused him, because that kind of confused me too. So he's still going to be like,
Nice.
He goes, hold on to what? He says, to the floor. He says, your feet. Hold them in place.
Otis reaches down and grabs his feet. Okay.
He looks over at you, Android, and he's done there. He watches you do that, Otis, and you hear him kind of just, ugh. And
Unprecedented.
he looks at you, Android, and he goes, what seems to be the meaning of that?
Well, regrettably, he bows, and he says, forgive me for the disturbance, and I apologize. Where are my manners? And he bows, very deep, and he says, as hard as it is to believe, regrettably, we detected a Woojin on the premises, and when we exposed this manor, it degraded into what you now see before you, and we were just following up on the where the projection was coming from. We were hoping to source it out.
When you get done saying that, you hear a voice from there's a group of the Royal Guard just kind of, bunched up right there. The one is in front of them talking. You hear a voice from the midst of the guards, just kind of say, "Ha! Indeed." And you watch as a very familiar figure. You know him as Koto Kai, Retainer Koto Kai.
Nice.
Yeah. The brownish, brawn, goldish scaled dragoon. He comes pushing through them. And he says, "Indeed." He says, "Seems like we've had a lot of Wujin attacks since you and yours arrived here."
I'm just gonna remain kind of bowed, including through the explanation, up to this point. He's just gonna keep himself bowed, even as Koto Kai speaks.
I was just gonna say, while still holding onto his tail, sounds like y'all need better security.
He now looks at you, Otis, and he just looks back at you, Android, and he says, You may raise. Now is not the time for formalities."
Me too.
Very well.
He looks at you, Otis, when you say that, and he says, "I don't even know what it is you're doing, but yes."
I was told to hold my feet.
He looks at you now, Zoltan, with the dead rabbit, slung over your shoulder, and he says, "We will not have..."
Oh no, I stuffed that in my bag of holding.
Oh, that's right. So never mind. So he's just looking at all of you then. That's right, because we had that whole discussion about somebody is going to pull that out with no context. That's right.
I'm just giving you that one so that you may do that later.
in life, yeah. He looks at you, Android. Yeah, but he tells you now is not the time for formalities and everything. So as you raise up, he says, "That is not..." He says, This is getting way out of hand, I think. I think this has all gotten way, way out of hand. I am not at all impressed with what has been going on in this palace since you and the rest of you arrived.
I was going to turn to Android and be like, how are we getting blamed for this?
Android's gonna kind of, narrow his eyes and turn his chin up just a tiny bit, and he's gonna say, "Oh? Do you take issue with exposing Wujin?"
He says, "What I take issue with is how Wujin just seems to keep popping up wherever you go." He says it's very, very suspicious. How do we... He goes, "No, you know what? No, that would be an accusation, and I'm not prepared for that." He says, "I understand that you're friends with the new shogun and that you are beloved by Mazaru and everything." He goes, "But I am the retainer of the Forgotten City. And I think of me as, well, you see these men here? You see these dragoon, these royal guard? They answer to me. All of this is, I answer only to the shogun himself. And the shogun, well, he's quite young now, isn't he? He may not know what he needs for himself or what's best for himself. So, I suppose you can show me an act of, how would you say it? You can prove to me that you're not guilty, by coming with me peacefully right now for some questioning. I think it's time we get to the bottom of how Woojin keep popping up wherever you go.
Very well, noble retainer. I will do as you ask. I mean you no personal quarrel. He says, I just... Perhaps it is a foreign concept in these lands, but I do not always turn a blind eye to evil deeds. And a Woojin so close to Mazaru in her midst left a bad taste in my mouth. So I will come with you. I'll do as you say. Again, I mean no personal quarrel with you.
He says, very well then. And with that, the guard surrounds you guys and they don't draw weapons or anything, but they just motion for you to be able to walk in the direction that they're, indicating. And as you guys begin walking, Kodokai walks by your side there, Android, and he very slyly leans in and whispers to you, and he says, cut me out of the deal, will you? And we're going to go to you, Quill, and Agaragus right now.
Well, before you do that, can Android just be like, oh, you'll get your cut. Don't worry.
Sure. Well, we'll say that. But I feel like that really ruins our cliffhanger, so no.
He said, I will, and I will not allow it.
Yes, I will allow it in the sense where I know you thought it.
Fair enough.
But we're going to strike it from the record.
Okay.
So, is Agaragus with us?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Good for you, Agaragus. I am proud of you. I mean that. 100%. So, picking up with Agaragus and you, Quill, you guys are currently with Dodd and Yucca as you guys are navigating what is known as Hallister Blackhand's domain, or Blackcloak, my bad. Hallister Blackcloak's domain. And what that looks like is a monumentous sized cavern with stalagmites taller than yourselves. It's like walking through a tall grass almost, and stalactites that stretch down from the ceiling so far that you can't even see the top of the cavern at all, but you can see what is the tips of these stalactites pointing down. And the stalagmites on the ground, it's like hell's half acre. They are so close together that you're actually having to squeeze your way through it just to traverse. And it's even left Yucca to where he has to actually climb them things and jump from one to the other just to navigate this, because he can't on ground feasibly even traverse this because of his size. Agaragus and Dodd have a little bit of an easier time, and you, Quill, you're much taller than they are. And it, had they not repaired your broken ribs, this would be a lot worse on you. But so far so good as you guys traverse this plane, trying your hardest not to even get too close to the tower. Down on the ground level, you can't even see the base of the tower anymore. You can just see the very top of its spire stretching up into the darkness of this cavern. And at one point, you, Quill, when you look at it, it's safe to say not very many things shake you, Quill, to his very core. And I wouldn't say that this does either. But there is a sense of danger emanating like an aura. And Quill knows auras. He can pop them, you know, at will. He's got auras that he can use. And you know auras, and you know that there's an aura of malice and danger just emanating from this place. There is a evil here that you have seen what you perceive to be evil, you know, whether it be true evil or a difference in ideals. But this you have seldom seen, something that is just evil. No rhyme or reason to it. It just is evil. Yeah. And it does, you know, despite yourself, it does put you on edge a little bit. You do realize that perhaps you best be on your guard just a little bit here, you know, like despite it all, you know, not necessarily make you second guess your abilities and your skill, but you know that if this Hallister Blackcloak must be some kind of foe of salt, you know, of worth, because I mean, just his presence alone can make an area this large feel this freaking corrupt. And the closer you get to the tower, the more you traverse through this, even your sword begins to hum a little bit. You know, it's not humming loudly, you know, like Dodd doesn't take notice of it, Agaragis doesn't take notice of it. It's not a loud hum. It's almost like, it's almost like a hum that only you can detect, you know? And you swear it's begging you, almost pleading with you to go to that tower so you may slay this. Whatever is inside of it, it wants to kill it. Yeah, your sword is begging you to go kill this. And from what you know of Iron Eros, it does not suffer evil. You know, it does not suffer corruption. You know what I mean? It's begging you to go and deliver the justice. And every time you look at this tower, it just feels like it's watching you. You know, it just feels like something is there watching you. As you travel through this hellish landscape. Agaragis and Quill. I am going to need you all, well, the both of yous, to...
Yes, all of us.
Yeah. To do your very best and roll me a, you know, it's not so much as much as you need to move silently. I guess it's really just kind of a climb, really, because you guys are kind of like squeezing and climbing these things and squeezing in between them and just trying to make it through there.
What is it that you needed me to roll on? Sorry.
It's okay. I need you to roll me a climb.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, Agaragis. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. And then I follow it up with a, ugh. Very backhanded. It's in your skills.
Mm. 17.
22. Not bad. Not bad, guys. Yeah.
What are the two skills I'm good at?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll that for me with Yucca as well.
Guys,
Yucca jacks up the whole thing. Good
yeah,
job,
that's
Yucca.
good. Jesus Christ, you beast.
Yeah.
His dex is 14, 6.
He rolled a 6.
Gosh, rolls 3, he doesn't.
Yeah. That you're like, the dice rolls 3. He doesn't have a climb.
Just take his dex and he's fucked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he normally like scatters about on his.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I guess he could have flown here, but yeah, to get over these, he'd have had to flown high, and that would have just stood out like a sore thumb also. You know? So, either way, this was just kind of a bad situation, you know? Yeah, Yucca's climbing around, and it's not so much that he has trouble doing it, but at one point in time, he jumps to a stalagmite, and he hits it so hard, he actually breaks off, just snaps off the top at the point, and it comes crashing down to the ground. Just... And because there is amazing acoustics in here. You know, imagine Paganini playing inside this cavern, and it would sound like the sweetest melody the devil ever made, you know? In your guys' case, though, not so much. It hits and it just, I mean, reverberates. And it stops all of you dead in your tracks. Yeah. My jungle love. Oh, yeah. It stops all of you, and Dodd just turns and looks at him and goes, "Full of a took." No, but it does. It just stops all of you dead in your tracks, right? And you, Quill, you see a light suddenly turn on in the tower.
Nice.
Just bing. And Yucca sits there and goes, when it finally stops echoing, like when the echo is just a dull, faint, he just looks at all of you and he says, "You think anyone heard that?"
Remind me to feed you to the next thing we find that's big enough to eat you.
Dodd goes, he goes, "Well, cat's out of the bag now. Can he still fly?"
I look at Yucca.
He goes like,
Flying is a good thing right now.
he's like, "Oh, I can always fly." He goes, "Once upon a time, I was the most graceful of flyers."
I will cut you into pieces. Get us the fuck out of here.
He says, "Oh yeah, sure. And he starts he starts getting you guys on his back. he starts putting you guys all on his back, and he starts flying up, and you watch as. So remember when I told you that this structure of this tower looked kind of like a spiral, right? The tower itself is just a solid tower. It's not built like a spiral. There's just a spiral like structure that goes around the tower, kind of blankets the tower, if you will, just spirals all the way up to the top, right? You watch as the spiral itself, not the whole thing, the edge of the top of the spiral. How do I explain this? In my mind's eye, I can see it. So because the spiral itself is a chunk that is cut into the tower, naturally it's got the smallest of ledge at its top. If that makes any sense. As it spirals up, it ledges as well on top of the spiral. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly at all. But that ledge begins to glow and slowly creep its way down the entire spiral, working its way down the base. And Dodd says, well, I think we've worn out our welcome.
Garrus just nods.
yeah. And Yucca begins to fly. I mean, as hard and as fast as he can towards the he just kind of looks, because this is a giant cavern, right? You could like go north, you could go east, you could go west. This is a huge area. So he just kind of looks over his shoulder at you guys, and he's like, which direction? Somebody give me a direction now.
I looked at Dodd, I'm like, yeah, where?
Dodd just points. He's like, that way. Just go that way.
This ain't my home, G.
He's like, it's not mine either. And, what's that, Agargus?
I just laughed.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something. My bad.
No, you're good.
I was in the middle of coughing, so I cough and I drown everything out of my head for a minute.
Don't let him lie. He just does that.
Yeah, I just drown it out. As we proved earlier when I told Dragon's Back the same thing he said to me, but
He's like, this is my original idea.
Yeah. It's like that one day where you're like, yeah, I told you about that. That was me. And I went, no, that's not it. Yeah, you guys go. So you guys are just hauling butt in this direction, and you suddenly watch, much to your dismay, what looks like a prism wall begins to form in the opening. Like, you guys work your way to where the cavern itself begins to tunnel mouth. Still large enough to fit through, still stalagmites lining the floor and stalactites lining the ceiling, only now the ceiling has begun to lower to such a degree that you can actually see the top of it now, as the cavern begins to tunnel in this large mouth tunnel system. And you watch as a prism wall begins to, like, it begins on the bottom and the top, and it's shutting through the center of it. And it's slowly closing.
Well, that's not good.
Any ideas? Agargus, you Quill, you guys got any ideas?
Are we
People's
trying
got
to make
nothing
it
for
like?
us.
Sorry, are we trying to make it past?
Yeah, you want to make it through that barrier before you get to it, because it is a prism wall. Yeah. What a prism wall is, it's a wall that looks like it's made out of like tons of blinking, flashing colors. It looks like it basically looks like Van Gogh's Starry Night if he had used like all the colors of the rainbow to make it. It is a magical barrier. And it's closing it. One part of it is on the bottom and it's slowly working its way up. One part of it is at the top and it's slowly working its way down. Leaving you just...
Can I have, like...
Can you what? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. My bad.
No, you're fine. I was just going into an over-explanation anyways. So...
You're good. Can I, like, sneeze, you know, and, like, hold on to, like, propel us? You know what I mean? But, like, sneeze, like, facing away from, right? Does that make sense?
Oh, you want to try and, like, just spore blast and use the force to shove Yucca forward?
Yeah.
I can't see why not. In fact,
right.
as you begin to do that, Dodd looks at you and he says, "What are you doing?"
He says, I'm sneezing.
He looks and he goes, "By Job, that just might work." And he sits down and he's going to assist and do his spore blast as well.
Nice.
Will just looks at him like,
What are we're sneezing right now? Like we are going to die.
And you've got allergy? Fungus have allergies?
It's like that. It's like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom when the spikes are coming down. He's telling the chick to put her hand in that hole to turn the lever, but it's full of all kinds of nasty like slime and spiders and stuff. And she's like, "I can't do it." He looks through the hole at her and he goes, "We are going to die." Yes. That's how I see you, Quill, looking at them like, "We are going to die."
Pretty much.
Garrigus, I want you to roll me a D100. This is how we're going to decide this. Oh, nice. I was putting it at a 50-50 too. That was my decision. I was like, it's just a coin toss, 50-50. Nice. So 56. So you and Dodd sit down and you guys, you know, and that like you guys literally push off so much of a blast that you go sliding backwards on Yucca's butt into you, Quill, who falls forward onto Yucca's shoulders, and Yucca's like, "What the?" And you guys just go boom, and it gives him just that little bit of a burst right through the closing, just right through that tiny little gap in between the two walls beginning to shut, and you guys just go flying through it, just all you know, all three of Yucca's heads are just screaming, you know, the freaking serpent tail looks up and looks at what's going on, and it's just hissing, you know, like it's one of those moments where everybody's just like crying out for dear life just as you guys make it through, boom, as the gap closes, and you guys go and Yucca just crashes you guys onto the ground. Just boom. Everybody roll a tumble for me. Oh my gosh, Agarius.
What's
20?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So you, Quill, you...
I have...
Yeah. Garrigus has a 3. A fat 3.
Yeah. He spills out.
Yeah. Garrigus just hits the ground. I mean, just flat. Face plants right on the ground.
I can imagine Yukul just like sticking the landing and looking over, and it's like fucking like Wile E. Coyote fucking cartoon, just splat right next to him. He's like, "Oh, Ooh, that looked like that hurt.
Yeah. Dodd just goes rolling past you like he's a barrel, just, and Yucca's just
like, Jesus.
yeah, Yucca's just laying like on his heads. He's just like, oh. Somehow Uquill's the only one who did not just eat dirt on this whole thing. The one guy clad in armor stuck the landing. Yeah, just bam, haha.
Landed it.
Yeah, your dragon pride swells within you right now.
I say he stands up with like a little bit of like a, not like arrogance, but you know, he's like, hey, look that. Looking at the mangled corpses around me. He's like, I fared better than them this time.
Yucca, like, takes his big old paws and just kind of slaps him on the ground and pulls himself up, and he's like, oh. He's like, we made it. Did you see that? Told you. I was once the master of the skies. And then he walks and you listen as his hip pops. It just pop. He's like, oh, I think I just broke something in my ass.
Uquill fucking almost falls out. He's like, serves you right.
He's like, oh, no. That was definitely a pop. My ass is broken.
I hope so.
And he just kind of, Dodd just kind of pulls himself up. He's like, oh, good grief. And he looks through the prison wall, because you can still see through it, faintly see through the glowing lights and the twinkling and everything. And he looks through it and he can see the tower is completely lit up now. And he goes, well, I hope your broken posterior hasn't ruined your ability to run, because I don't think we're out of the woods yet. He walks over.
Kind of like dust his armor off a little bit. Like, yeah, we should probably move.
Oh yeah.
He's paying them no money.
He walks over to you, Agaragos, and the Dodd walks over to you, Agaragos, and helps you to your feet. He goes, good thinking on that spore burst.
He says, why, thank you.
He says, do me a favor and tend to the beast. Would you?
He just gives you this confused look.
He says, just make sure that he's just got a Charlie, that he's just pulled a hamstring and not actually broken something.
Okay.
Says, all right. And with that, he walks ahead of you to where you're like kind of at a earshot with Uquill. And Uquill, he walks right up behind you and just slaps you in the back of the knee with the staff.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you?
He just looks down at him and is like, don't be mad at me because you can't roll properly.
He's like, that's not it. That's not it at all. He goes, you did nothing to help Agaragos off the ground, and it was their quick thinking that saved your bacon back there. The least you can do is thank them for it. He goes,
While you have a point, he just kind of glares at you. No.
He says, yeah. He says, you're right, I have a point. He goes, you're supposed to be one of the good guys, aren't you? He goes, there's a difference between arrogance and narcissism. He goes,
There's a difference between doing what you're told and knowing what's right and wrong. And he looks at him like, kind of glares at him. You know what I mean?
He says, "Oh, well, fair enough. Fair enough. We're in this situation because of Agaragis. I don't disagree with that, but it's not because of Agaragis." He says, "Now, I'm gonna point out that, you know, Dodd, because he's an androgyne too. He's a very mutant-looking creature. You know, you're having an argument with a bouquet of fungi." You know, on his shoulders is where his neck and head should be is just a plumage of like a mane of split mushroom caps, and then just like a plumage of different mushroom and different fungi and leafage and stuff just growing out of it, you know. So I'm just pointing that out to you because it's like you're having this argument with him, but it's like hard to tell where to even look him in the eye per se. Like, you know what I mean? Like, typically Quill likes to look a guy in the eyes when he's intimidating him, right? Where? Like, where? You know? Like,
yeah, I figured Quill just like defaults to like almost like instead of trying to glare, you know, he just overtly like postures over him. He's like, well, I'm bigger. Looking past, you know what I mean?
He goes, fair enough. He says, fair enough, and he takes his staff and kind of like puts it against your chest and kind of does his best to kind of try and back you up, but he actually just backs himself up. And he's like, oh, huh. Regardless, he goes, you can look at it as Agaragis' fault we're in this situation, or you can realize that they had no choice. But either way, you've been with them long enough. They've never let you down before.
Equals like, you have a small point. I have traveled some with them. Like, unironically, this seems to happen to Agaragis quite often. I just happen to be with them this time.
So,
he just kind of looks back.
He says, I want you to know something, Quill. And he's like, he realizes Agaragis and Yucca are starting to catch up and that you guys are just standing there while Hallister Blackcloak is probably searching for you now, avidly. He's like, oh, keep walking. He says, walk with me. He says, walk with me for a minute. He says, regardless of all of that, yes, but what you have is so much more than just this jewel that I'm carrying. He goes, it's safer to understand that neither I nor you could even use this thing if it were in our possession. If I wanted to keep it for myself or you took it from me, we wouldn't even be able to use it, I don't think. The fact that the one that Agaragis took it from was using it, you know, it's one of the greatest mysteries of the device in the first place. It's almost like it I don't want to say it's sentient, but it does have a survival mechanism built into it. Not anybody who just takes it can use it. He says, so worrying about it is going to do you no favors right now. He says, however, Agaragis is an androgyne, one of the greatest kind of mycodon that there are in our culture. If you're going to survive this, you're better off working together. You understand what I'm saying?
He didn't die.
He says, it's just better that you forgive them.
Equal kind of just sighs. He's like, take it.
He says, oh, I think even a brute like you is capable of forgiveness.
Equal just kind of eyes him. He's like, look, I consider. That's more than normal.
He just laughs. He goes, oh, yes, well, He goes, sorry about the back of your knee there.
Equal just looks at him. He's like,
He says,
the fact that you had the audacity is what bothers me more.
he's like, look, you don't have to convince me.
It's like, that's the troubling part is you had the audacity to do it.
He says, yes, sure, audacity, that's what it is. He says, yeah, you guys begin walking down this large carnivorous mouth now. He says, a carnivorous mouth. You're basically in a giant carnivorous. It's a, the ceiling of it looks like it's lined full of teeth. It's almost like you're walking down a giant beast's mouth.
Don't you go? You said goodness.
Yeah. I know the difference between cavernous and carnivorous. Yeah. It's like you're being eaten. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Put that into your mind for a second. And just imagine, if you will, that it kind of feels like you're inside something's mouth at the moment. You know? The stalagmites no longer line the ground, but the stalactites are still lining the ceiling, and they're in rows now as you travel, and you can see the ceiling of this thing now, but it is still a very large open cavern, as it were, as you guys travel further down. Agargus, you have been watching Yucca for a while, and Yucca seems to be stretching it out and working out whatever kind of hitch he had in his giddy up. And he eventually just he realizes that you guys are kind of falling behind, so he picks you up and sets you on his back so he can pick up the pace now and catch up with Dodd and you, Quill. The air begins to feel kind of wet inside here. Like, the ground no longer feels like as rough and as hewn as stone anymore. It no longer feels like it's unworked stone, like somebody came and dug this out. It's beginning to feel soft. Kind of like every step feels like you're walking through a wet marsh as the air begins to fill full of moisture. And it begins to feel extremely warm inside here. It gets really thick. It starts to feel like you're kind of in a sauna, as it were. And Dodd eventually has to stop. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I can barely breathe in here."
Yeah, that's a good.
Just a tad bit. Agargus, go ahead and roll me a fortitude save.
You said a fortitude save?
A fortitude save. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa. Okay, so Agargus.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Why are you running? Why are you running? I feel like there is something here that I need to look at on your character sheet. I'm not entirely sure. Yes. Would you like to roll a luck? Because Agargus has luck. Would you like to roll a luck and see if you can increase that
Yeah.
by anything? So roll me a d20 plus 3. We'll just say you got 3 out of 3 right now, because you haven't used one in a while. Agargus has a hidden stat ability called Luck that they rarely ever use, and I feel like there's a lot of times that they could have gotten themselves out of sticky situations so I'm just reminding them that they have this. Yeah, but you want to put the / in front of the R.
Oh my, yeah.
That's okay. Who knows? That might have been a natural 1. Maybe you're about to hit a 20. My goodness. My freaking goodness,
It's
guys.
a nat 20 plus 3. Nice.
Did you all see that? It is so weird. That is so weird.
I thought for sure you cursed me.
Yeah.
You said that, and I was like, yeah, now I'm gonna roll the 1.
Yeah. That's D&D.
That's usually how that works.
That's D&D, baby. No, you burnt that 1 when you screwed up that first roll. So yeah. Nice fort. You
Well, thank you.
yeah, so you in essence just rolled a 33. You with the least amount of body weight, you know, all this moisture in the air is just choking you out. I mean, you know, Dodd is only 5 foot tall, but he's built more like a dwarf, so he's a little bit hardier than you are. And you Quill, you know, he's a tall man. Like you Quill's like 6 foot something, ain't he?
I think he's either 6 foot or like 5'10".
Yeah, he's fairly tall though. Yucca is just a massive beast, and he's just taking it all in stride, you know. But you, Agargus, you're like, ugh, you know, and you feel yourself wanting to pass out. You know, like it. You're sweating, which is pretty freaking gross when a fungus sweats. You know, have you ever seen a mushroom sweat? Oh my gosh, it's so gross. I've seen it at Walmart. But no, you're like sweating, and it's just ugh. But you go to pass out, you place a solid hand in between Yucca's shoulder blades, and hold yourself up, and you grit your teeth, and you're like, no, I can do this. Actually, you know what? You know, you tell me what runs through Agaragus's mind when they threaten to pass out, and what kind of pep talk would Agaragus give themselves to fight this off?
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Hang in there, buddy. No, okay.
Hate bad response.
Was it?
Yeah.
Android said that was a Tyrone hate bad response.
that is something like that's not something Tyrone would tell himself. Tyrone would just be like, I just get over it. I'm just like, no, not today. But to encourage somebody else, he would walk up to him and be like, hey guy, hey buddy, come on guy. Yeah, that's exactly a Tyrone attitude. That's how he would try to encourage somebody else. For himself, he'd just be like, I just shrug it off. I'm like, No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I'm not gonna do that. Not today.
Right. I feel like Agaricus just kind of like is pinching himself, you know? And he's like, I can't sleep here. You know, I can't do this here. This is not the time nor the place. I gotta keep going. He's like trying with all of his might to just like almost like awaken his nerves, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Try to flush his system.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, Agaricus, you fight off it and you stay present. You stay active. You're like, no. You Quill, go ahead and roll me a spot.
I spy nothing.
I spy with my little eye.
Uh, 19.
I hate that meme. We're in a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, you were talking about like it seemed like we were almost like in the mouth or like the belly of something, and that's what it made me think.
Yeah, so Uquill rolls a 19. Uquill, you're kind of looking around for a minute as you guys take this small break, and you look up at the ceiling, and it looks like one of the. You don't know if it's just the heat of this room or the darkness playing tricks on your eyes, but somehow you happen to just see. It looks like one of the stalactites hanging from the ceiling moves. Almost like it crawls. And it's just a fraction of an inch, but you swear you saw it adjust its position. And then just stop abruptly.
Uquill just like looks at Dot and he's like, hey, anything down here like look like those and just not really be one of those? He kind of like motions towards one of them, you know what I mean? Like not like overtly, but you know what I mean?
He's like, you mean like anything look like a like the those? And he points to stalactite. He's like one of those, but isn't one of those? Says, oh, yeah, I suppose a dark mantle.
How annoying is said thing?
Says, oh, I mean, they're not my favorite. Says they're.
What if I told you I just seen something move?
When you say that, he kind of stiffens up and just slowly looks up at the ceiling, and he says, then we should go.
I had a feeling.
Everybody roll a reflex. Roll a reflex for Yucca. Agaricus, roll a reflex. I'm going to roll one for Dodd. Uquill, roll your reflex.
My reflex is... mine's 21. Yucca is
So you
Good thing
rolled.
is the fuck out the way.
Yeah. So you rolled a 21. Is that you said?
Yeah.
And he rolled a 32. Yeah, Yucca just books it.
I
Books
forget
it.
how high his fucking reflex is.
Yeah. As a result, Agargus, I'm gonna need you to roll a ride.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I don't know.
It's like, oh shit!
Yeah. I don't know if those shoes you have assist in that or not. But if they do, oh no. They don't really, but just everything they do counts as something you do? Is that?
Now watch me whip. Watch me whip. Whip. Nene.
Yeah, you just have to roll the ride check.
I almost rolled the hide, and I was like, what am I doing?
One.
So Yucca takes off running, and so technically he kind of saved you on your reflex save. So you didn't really need to roll it. I hadn't thought about the fact that you're riding, you know what I'm saying? You're using the trotters to ride him.
Oh, yeah.
But he takes off running, which and you hold on for dear life. You're like, whoa, you're whipped through, you know, and he goes booking it through, man. Quill, you rolled a 21, you said, and Dodd rolled a 27. So which are all pretty good rolls. So you guys go Dodd just kind of rolls up out of the way. Quill, you watch as these octopus looking things come falling from the ceiling. Like they look like stalactites. But what they will do is they will flip them. They hold on with their legs at the ceiling. But what they will do is they will flip themselves upside down or right side up. Because technically when they're holding onto the ceiling, they're upside down. Flip themselves right side up and just fall. And what they're trying to do is catch your head inside this like little pocket that lines like the inside of their legs. Yeah, I want you to think of like basically like a mind flare does, like an elithid with its mouth. These things basically are just little floating mind flare mouths that just fall down, and they have eyes that line all the way around their body so they can see in all directions. As they just come falling down, they just look like little stalactite squids. As they just come spiraling down at you. They're not incredibly large, though. Big enough that they could, like, engulf your head and maybe your shoulders. But beyond that, they're not very large. And they just come spiraling down at you, like dozens of them. Just start falling from the ceiling, trying to land on you. And you like start just dodging and running with the rest of them as just tons of these things are just falling on your guys' heads. And Yucca now is moving faster than you think you've seen Yucca move in quite some time, actually. He's like, no, I'm out. I'm not doing this.
I'm not fucking doing this today.
It's like I'm completely over this place. And I think at one point in time he even yells that. Like he just looks over his shoulder at everybody and he says, I am finished with this madness.
No.
Yeah.
Yuko just shakes his head flatly as he's running. He's like, no.
Yeah. No. They're just blap, blap, blap. And the thing is they're quite swift when they're falling through the air. They have this like little hovering ability and they spiral kind of. But once they hit the ground, they're actually kind of slow. So they're easy to dodge around as long as you can miss them while they're trying to grab your guys' head. Just down the way, you can see what looks like a tunnel of light or something. You get just the faintest bit of light, and you, Quill, again, your vision is so limited. You're just kind of trying to keep everybody in sight so you know where to go. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to just accidentally run off a cliff or something. But as you get closer to what looks like the light at the end of the tunnel, you can kind of see what looks like there's some kind of form of light coming from there. So I need everybody to roll me a reflex save again, except you, Agargus, actually, because Yucca's reflex will assist you. Unless it doesn't. And then if Yucca gets taken down, then you are going to have to roll a reflex.
Oh.
Oh, and I'll roll one for Dot again. Nice.
Yeah, roll a 19. Ooh, a Yucca 19.
Ooh.
He rolled a 2.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah, so Yucca's running, and the lion head actually gets plopped on, and Yucca just looks at the lion head, and he's like, oh my gosh, and he just like just kind of starts drifting sideways, just kind of kicking out his legs like, oh my gosh, because when one head gets messed up, it just kind of throws the whole body off. Gargus, go ahead and roll me a ride. Agargus, you get flung from Yucca's back, and you just get flung from it, and you get rolled. Go ahead and roll me a tumble.
No.
Well, if you knew how to adjust your mood ring with every free action, so you get a little bit of a buff to these rolls, you wouldn't have this problem.
You want me to do what?
Yeah.
Play the game properly?
Yeah.
I'm a woman.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Too fucking Shay.
I think all
let's all give her a gentle clap.
I think all our male viewers are gonna keep watching because they're like, a woman who gets it.
No. She's not there yet. Which reminds me, I need to tell Android to start playing D&D books while you sleep. It's not seeped into your very core yet.
Yeah, just start reading you D&D books as you go to sleep at night, like as bedtime stories.
Exactly.
He's gonna stick to Gregorian chants.
He's like, the difference in height is tiny, small, medium, large. Anyways,
you will learn to use your mood ring.
Huge, gargantuan, colossal. Yeah. Anyways, so you that tumble, you don't face plant, but you land on your side. You're like, oh. Yucca's like still going sideways, and he slaps the side of the wall, and when he slaps the side of it, you guys feel the whole structure kind of shake, just kind of.
Is this supposed to do that, Chief?
Yeah, freaking Dot is just running for dear life. He's like, I don't know anymore. He says, I have not seen everything this forgotten layer of the 9 hells has to offer. He goes, the underworld is the forgotten abyss.
Oh, yes, I wish I would have forgotten it.
Yeah, Yucca's like sitting there, like trying to fight the dark mantle off the lion's head, but he is just so confused now. He is like completely lost. Agaricus, roll me a reflex.
Question with that.
It would be a dex. What ties into your reflex save is a dex. If you buff your dex, it'll buff your reflex. I know what I know what the question is. I knew it. I knew it. Everything, let me explain it to you like this. Everything on your character sheet ties into one of your stats in some way, shape, or form. Your strength, dex, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Those points that you put into that will somehow affect something else on your character sheet. Everything else ties into that, except your luck. Your luck stat is the only stat that you can use to roll with that will buff something else. You see what I'm saying? It works in tandem with all the rest of your stats. You can just use a luck roll at any point in time, but you only got 3 a day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you can also raise its modifier the same way you do all the rest of your stats. So you could quite possibly get your, like if you buff your luck stat to such a point that your modifier is a +6, whatever you're trying to buff, you will buff with that +6. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could just stack this stuff if you wanted to. You know, you use your mood ring to help your dex. You have a luck that's got a +6 modifier. Now you got a +4, a +6. You're giving yourself a +10. You see what I mean? That's called power gaming. That's called power gaming. That's min-maxing.
Oh, word.
Yeah, that's shut up. that's how, really though, that's how this game works, is figuring out how you stack your stuff like that, your modifiers and stuff. That's this game at its very core.
Right.
Right. But right now you've only got a +3 luck. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I switch my mood ring to my my endurance, I guess?
Would it be Cat's Grace for your dex? It would be the what color is that?
The Cat's Grace is blue.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure for some reason if it was the endurance or the Cat's Grace.
Yeah, Cat's Grace is gonna buff your dex. The blue order will buff your dex. Yeah. Endurance is constitution. That would have helped your fortitude roll earlier. But you nailed the crap out of that, so.
Didn't need it anyways. That time.
Well, you kind of did. You had to use a luck roll, but
it was all right. I was.
yeah. But yeah, it'll give you a +4 to your reflex. Whatever you roll for your reflex, you'll get a automatic +4 to.
Did I don't know why I thought I already. Okay, rolled that. My bad.
Oh no, you sure did not. The last thing you rolled was a tumble. Lay down. Lay down.
I'm crazy. All right, there we go.
Whoa. So a 26. Nice. So even though you roll and land on your side and everything, you see these dark mantles just falling at you, and you're like, not today! And you just bounce up to your feet and you go running as hard as you can. Just taking off. Like, nope, nope, nope. And you're running towards that light. You Quill, what do you do?
I guess I try to fucking assist Yucca. Walk over and try to pry this fucking thing off its face. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna try to cut the thing off of him, I guess.
All right, roll an attack.
I can't make that up.
What'd you? What? What did you roll? I can't even see you. Oh, okay. What is that, a D20? Yeah, that's a 20. Yep. What is that, a D20? That's a nat 20.
Yep.
That is a nat 20. Oh, okay. So, yeah. You freaking crit and completely kill. I mean, you just demolish this thing. How do you do it? What's it look like when you just run over and just freaking...
I grab like the part of it that's kind of like hanging off of him, and then like try to judge where the lion's head is, and just like cut the body in half. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like just sever the part that's just dangling.
Yeah, it becomes like you chop it off and the top of it does just pop off of it, and the little dangly parts, the tentacle part, slides down further around its neck, and now it just looks like he's wearing like a little like wreath or like a lei, a Hawaiian lei just made out of this thing's dead tentacles.
Yeah, just like
Oh.
run!
And Yucca's like, oh my gosh, and the lion's like, and you guys just look and you keep running, and Dodd's like, we are going to die. You guys make it all the way down, but as you get closer to this light at the end of the tunnel, you realize the reason why it looks so far away isn't because it's that far away. It's because it's not incredibly large. It's a slight opening. Agargus, it's just big enough that you fit through it no problem. You just boop, pop out. Dodd gets up in there and he's has to squeeze himself through. You Quill, go ahead and roll me a strength. Yeah, just to shove yourself through. Now remember the success rate of these kinds of rolls isn't incredibly like huge. Like it's not a hard DC because your modifiers aren't large yet. So
13.
13? Yeah, that's good. 13. What is your modifier normally?
+5.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's decent. So yeah, you push yourself through, and you're like fighting it at first, and you realize, man, it's stony feeling all around it except around the hole you're trying to. The hole is stretchy.
Yeah.
It is so strange. Like it's almost rubbery to you. And it's I hate using it, but it's moist. And you like are just fighting your way out of this hole, and you just finally manage to pull yourself out. And you realize that on the other side of this hole, it does, like, it looks like it's it looks like there's a rock wall built around another rock structure that seems to be like almost bulleted into this rock hole, you know, like something almost the shape of a slug got like it's like throwing a football at a rock wall, and the football got indented into the making a hole in the wall, right? And it itself looks like it's made out of rock up until it gets to the hole you just came out of. And that is still gray, but it doesn't look like it's made out of stone.
That's disheartening.
Yeah. And it kind of, when you pull yourself through and you look at it for a minute, it just kind of at you for a minute.
Have that effect.
Yeah. You see Yucca kind of looking through the hole, and he's like, I'm not going to fit through that.
I'm like, come on. And I turn him back into his little fucking thing.
He's like, sorry, boss. And he returns to the little miniature in your hand.
I put him back in my pack. I'm like, I guess I'll call him back at another time.
Dodd's just, you're saying all this, but you realize Dodd, even though you can't ever tell where Dodd's really looking, or, you know, like which direction, you can tell. You just know that he's just staring at the hole you guys just came out of, and he's just motionless. His staff is like, he's like holding his staff, but he's not holding it like a walking stick. He's just let it drop.
Yeah.
And the very top of it's on the ground, and his like whole shoulders are slumped forward, and he's just staring at this hole.
Like, do I want to know?
He goes, don't. He goes, no. He goes, I have no idea what that is.
That's more than disconcerting.
And he slowly raises his staff up, and neither Dodd nor Uquill have noticed this yet, because you guys are so focused on. But this room is really well lit up. It hasn't even occurred to you yet, Uquill, that you see everything pretty well in here.
Yeah.
You know. However, you, Agaragis, are less curious about the hole you guys just escaped through, as much as you are this wall that you're staring at. Before you is just a wall that's just shoots straight up. It's just a sheer climb directly up, and it stretches so far down left and right, and just stretches so far up in front of you, and it is made out of crystal. This glowing purplish crystal, like it's prismatic, clear, but it's got this like purple and pinkish hue coming off of it. And we're not talking just like regular crystal shards coming out of that. No, we're talking like giant freaking prisms, big enough to like climb. And some of them look even big enough that like if you climbed up onto them, you could lay flat on them and probably take a nap. That's how large and wide and massive this crystal wall is. And it just stretches for what looks like miles in all directions. Yeah. So Uquill and huh?
So he's just looking at it?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what you noticed first. You didn't even pay attention to the hole. Dodd and Uquill are, you know, looking at that hole, debating what they just went through. But you ran out of that hole, and because you're the only one who didn't have to fight your way out of it, really, and you just like came up to this wall. Like, you're probably still about like 25 feet away from it. Like, you're not like up against it or anything. You guys still have plenty of room to not just be right up on it. But yeah, this wall, it's like you've worked your way into a hallway inside this place. One side of the wall is just this crystal wall, and the other side is the stone wall with the little hole that you just came out of.
I see.
Yeah, so yeah. Why do you sound sad when you say that? You're like,
I didn't mean to.
I see. It's like, what else do you have in store for us?
Oh, right.
Maybe nothing. It might just be a beautiful structure down in a place that is very dangerous. Yeah.
Right.
So you Quill, Dodd continues to stare at this hole, and eventually it dawns on you that you can see everything just fine here. And when you turn and look at the wall at what Agargus is looking at, you see the same thing. And it's because this prismatic, well, not prismatic, but this crystal sharded wall glows the way that it does, that it puts off so much light in here that you can see it perfectly. You know?
Use my praise.
Ooh.
Figure out what it is. I also have mine. You all know what it is. Don't appreciate it. I use my sense. I think it's sense that ups my praise. I hate when we open Roll20 and resets and everything. Why don't you just save what I did first time?
Save my preferences, Roll20. Oh, what? That took a turn. As most of those actually do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine. Oh, that's fine. 22.
Oh, that's not bad. It's prismatic glass. And you're checking it out, you know? Like, you begin looking it over. Pardon me for a minute, because I gotta look something up in particular here to give you a better idea of what it is you are looking at. Well, maybe not. I thought maybe, well, hold on. Let me read something about this. That is, yeah, no, it's not that. It's not that. Yes. You're looking at it, right? Right, this particular prismatic glass. And as you inspect it even deeper, you can see what looks like some kind of like wisp of color and light. You realize that the glass itself isn't what's putting off the light, but whatever dwells inside each shard of this glass. It's got an ethereal light to it that glows this purple and pinkish hue. And you appraise it as a very exotic material. You can't be entirely sure. You'd have to go back to some of your books that, you know, the few books that UQuill has on such subjects and whatnot. You would have to go and check. It's more like a catalog, I guess you could say. You have like certain kind of catalogs that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anvil of the month. Yep,
Yeah.
that's canon now. You remember that. Anvil of the month. Hammer and Anvil of the month. And catalogs and stuff that tell you certain things like priceless gems, what can and what can't be, you know what I mean? Certain things and whatnot. And you know, it feels, you know, just looking at it, you're like, well, man, I mean, with that kind of substance running through its vein, you know, this is a pretty pricey material. Very rare, very exotic.
People tries to locate like a isolated piece. Tries to wiggle it free.
Go ahead and just roll me a strength check again.
Uh, 24.
24. Okay, so you wiggle a piece free. You're just like, and it just kind of breaks loose. It's, and it's pretty painless. Doesn't make a lot of racket. Nothing really serious happens. You get a good size shard in your hand. I mean, we're talking like the size of a like a gourd, if you will, you know? Like, you know how large some gourds can get?
Yeah.
Not necessarily in shape, just in, imagine the size of a gourd, only in crystal form. And as you break it loose, you realize these things kind of grow out of like what looks like a granular structure. And it's almost like these shards grow out of it, like a pod, you know? The structure that it grows out of in of itself just looks like some kind of concrete or something, you know what I mean? Like rock fixtures, but something about it is feeding this wall and creating these shards here. So it just breaks loose, leaving a little indent in the wall. And realize that, you know, some of the wall in of itself is just straight this substance, this glass, and then just pieces of it grow out past it and create these pods that the shards themselves just grow out of.
I was like, so, Chief, you know anything about this?
Dot is still just looking at that hole, completely disappointed. But when you say that, he just kind of looks over in your direction, his little plumage just kind of flapping in the air, and then he realizes and looks at the wall and then looks at that shard and goes, "Oh, good grief." And he comes like kind of rushing over to you and he goes, "Oh." Because you didn't just disturb it, did you?
May have plucked this free.
Do what?
I may have plucked this free.
He says, did the wall quiver?
No.
He's like, "Answer me, man." And he kind of taps you on the chest with his staff and he goes, "Did you hear anything inside the wall quiver? Anything make a noise?"
Not that I noticed.
He looks over at you, Agaragis, who's staring at the wall, and he's like, "Agaragis, get over here. Get over here." Shh, shh, shh.
What is it?
Comes running over.
As well, I don't really know what the crystal is called per se. We don't even really know what causes it. Some think it's a symbiotic relationship. He goes, but there's a type of thing that happens down here that nobody's proud of. Not even the Illithid are proud of it. He's let me roll something here real quick. Yeah. This is gonna require him a roll. Yeah, he would be. Okay, he rolled a 24, so he's gonna have quite a bit of information here. He's like, he goes, I'm not wholeheartedly familiar with the Illithid society. When he says that, he kind of quivers. He's like, if you can call it society. He goes, but apparently Illithid aren't creatures that are born. They're kind of like Agaragis and I, except while Agaragis and I are certainly born, there are Mycetid who are male and female, and they are capable of giving birth to androgyny. Illithid don't do that at all. There's no such thing. They are completely without reproductive capability, as it were. Well, I'm not even sure where these things come from, but legend has it that they have these things that they put inside you that eventually make you less of you and more them. Meaning every Illithid you've ever met was once somebody else. And the poor son of a whore is gone now. And he's just all Illithid now. Well, sometimes they say that this happens, but sometimes their little bug, they call him a tadpole. Sometimes the tadpole gets loose and gets lost. And most things that they try to take over if one of them got inside Agaragis and I, for instance, it would just kill us. We're not capable of being transfigured. You, however, you would put your head between your legs and kiss it goodbye, because you're going to become one of them eventually. However, there is a type of parasite that exists down here in the underworld. A worm. Nothing big, nothing dangerous. It's just a millworm. But apparently they breed really well with the Illithid tadpole. And they create what we have come to term a Neolithid. And they are not fun. And they feed off of these walls. They're drawn to them. Like I said, some believe that it's a symbiotic relationship. These walls only form because of them. And some say that it's just a food source, that something else creates them. But either way, there is a Neolithid or two, or however many, dwelling somewhere inside this wall. And if you disturb it, well, we've just got another blasphemy on our hands, I suppose. He's like, you're sure you didn't hear anything quiver behind this wall?
Actually kind of got free pretty painlessly.
So no sizzle, no steak, no nothing. Okay. He says, let's just travel across this wall. He goes, fortunately, if we're getting close to walls like these, we're close to society. He goes, I'll bet we're close to Illithid society, which isn't good. But if we can...
Not.
He says, but however, if we can find our way there, we'll, and we can pass through there unnoticed, then he goes, for crying out loud, how long was that thing's rectum? He just he just looks back at the hole. He goes, good grief, that took us. He goes, do you have ink and parchment on you by any chance?
He just kind of pats himself. He's like fresh out.
Shame. I feel like I found the hiding place of Hallister Blackhand, or Blackcloak. That would be valuable information. Because if we can remember exactly where we came from and where we are and where we end up, and we can backtrack all the way there. You know? So is this just a thought? You seem like the enterprising type.
Equal kind of sizes like I am. I just don't always carry ink and parchment on me. He's like, duly noted, I might want to look into that in future.
Says, well, let's travel this road extremely carefully. Says there's all manner of terrible being that exist within and around Illithid society.
And rumor has it.
Says yes. And you guys begin walking some more. It's like Fellowship of the Ring. There's just walking and more walking.
Or walking.
Yeah, you're just following the wall and letting the light guide you. You guys walk for what seems a while, so much so that you all stop and rest for a little bit, and you Quill, you know, because you have your ring of sustenance, you know, you don't need that much sleep or that much food, you know, but you watch the oddest thing happen as you watch both Dodd and Agaragis do what is called rooting. And Agaragis, when you root inside the underworld, does it look different than, say, like when you're top side and you root?
I would say so.
How does it look? Like, what is Agaragis' process for rooting in the underworld?
Kind of like, are you talking about like kicking the dirt away and kind of like shifting into place, you know? And
it's however you want to do it. Like, I'm not necessarily talking about anything. This is your process. So whatever you decide to do, as long as it's not something like completely like crazy, like I grow 8 legs and you know, like I would be like, no, that's ridiculous. Oh, like if you could do that while rooting, you would be more dangerous asleep than you are awake. But no, like, you know, within a reasonable thing that, you know, like what is your process? Like, it's not anything, you know, it's not my way, but thy way in this sense.
well, I would say that he does kind of like kick the dirt around, you know, around his feet to kind of like snuggle in, and then sends his roots deep down, but he notices, especially whenever he's underground, that there's a lot less like plants, you know, like living things on the surface. So he has to go kind of either really deep or has to find something else that's living, that's under the ground like that, like another mushroom.
would it be safe to say that up until now, because Agaragis, up until leaving and joining the party, beforehand when Agaragis would root, they rooted in the mushroom forest and stuff like that with the rest of the Myconid. So there was plenty of vegetation to do that. But being out in the grander underworld, there's a variable notice to the lack of vegetation in this place, and as such, that would you say that Agaragis kind of misses the top side because of how much more life there is, even more so than even in Myconid society? There is so much more to root to.
Yeah, it's almost like a pulse. You can feel more of a pulse on the upside versus down below.
Interesting. So does that give them sort of a depressed demeanor?
I would say so. Just kind of like sad, almost like doesn't know what to do with himself because he kind of feels all alone, but he knows that he isn't all alone, but he's like, other than Dodd, he doesn't really have another living thing like that to connect to directly as easily.
Yeah. So Dodd takes notice of that. He can just instantly see like the depression set in, and he gets it, because Dodd is well traveled in a sense. But he doesn't say anything to anybody about it. He's very aware. And so he walks over and allows himself to root in next to you so his roots can, which are more aged and thicker, I guess you could say, to grow in and kind of entwine with yours so you can actually feel more of a connection while doing this, and the roots just, I guess, for Dodd, they kind of grow out of his like feet and legs. It's a very noticeable thing, like multiple, like his legs just look like trunks of root just coming out in all directions of it and planting themselves into the ground so they can intertwine. You see this take place, and you watch as both Dodd and Agaragis just kind of go into this like torpor, a type of sleep, if you will, that they do, where they just root themselves into the ground. And for the first time ever, they kind of remind you of actual fungi, like actual mushrooms,
Yeah.
I don't know if it looks like to you, Quill, if it's kind of a disturbing sight to watch, or if it's just kind of like, well, that's weird or whatever, but take it for what
it's more of that. It's like he looks at it and he's just like, for the first time in a long time, he pulls out one of his smokes and just looks at them, looks at the smoke, and he's like, yeah, I think I need one right about now. And he's like, I'm not sure I like any of this. It's not like he's necessarily disgusted. It's just so alien to him. He doesn't know what to make of it. He's just like, I've seen some shit in my day, but that's up there. Just kind of smokes on his cigarette, it's like just leaned up against the wall, like, yeah, that's different.
Yeah, like I've seen creatures that you have to kill twice. You kill them once and then their heads detach if you don't burn them, and they grow bat wings and try to kill you again. Yeah, like, yeah.
I'm traveling with two weird mushroom things that literally root themselves back into what the fuck am I doing with my life?
We hold
that's his whole thing. He's like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into?
Oh, What does
All the crazy shit.
what does while Agaragis is rooted, what does Agaragis think about? Because this is Agaragis' moment of always meditation. So, like, what is Agaragis meditating on now?
How to mend his relationships.
Dot is thinking about the 1976 Dodgers game and how
This motherfucker.
the Dodgers would have won if the dude had caught that pop fly. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna go into what Dot's thinking about. It's not important. It's not important. But however, Agaragis does have the opportunity when rooted, because they do kind of share a hive mind in a sense, to actually reach out and speak to Dodd in this state, should they want to. You know, it's not unheard of. You've done this many a times before, just rooting yourself with the Myconids society. Every now and then, you've known Myconids to hold on entire conversations while in this state. You know, tons of them. They all just sit around and tell each other stories and this and that. But now it's just you and Dodd, you know. But unless you reach out to him, he's just gonna remain silent and just chill. You know.
I think for right now, Agaricus is just happy to have his presence there, and he's just content in wanting to, like, try to think of some stuff on his own. I don't quite know how to articulate what I'm trying to say, but
yeah, it's just nice having.
The word articulate.
It's
How to articulate.
it's nice just knowing he's there is basically what it is. You know.
right.
At least Dodd is there. At least you're not just stuck down here with you, Quill.
Exactly.
He goes,
The guy
hey.
who wants to kill me, you know?
Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa. Hold on a second. Yeah. You Quill.
He is minutely hostile.
While you're having your smoke and just chilling, Iron Eros is still humming. You know, it's in your ear. You know, it's in your ear. It's a music. It's a kind of like a music that only he can hear. A music of vengeance, a music of retribution and justice, if you will. You know, it's not as loud as it once was when you guys were real close to Hallister Blackcloak's tower, but it's still, it's still there. Like, you realize that because it's humming all around you, it can sense evil all around you. It can sense that which is corrupt and, needs
That's most of the space. Yeah.
needs justice. Yeah, that needs justice, vengeance, all around you. As you have this smoke, what is Uquill like? What is Uquill's thoughts right now? And you still have that crystal in your hand too. Like, it's pretty large,
Yeah.
It's not just something that's easily pocketed.
Yeah, no, he kind of just stuffs it away in his bag, and he's like, I'll have to try to remember that when I get back with everybody, and see if anybody might know what the fuck it is. But other than that, he's just like, he's listening to Euros, and he's like, your little melody there is quite he's like, I wouldn't say he understands that he's more than likely the only one that hears it. But he had grown so accustomed to like fighting with the blade for so many years, there's a part of him that almost longs for that. right? Like his constant bickering with Yucca, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he finds a small solace, and he's like, you know, like you are like a miniature early warning system for anything that is actually not good, which is good. Not necessarily here because I'm pretty sure you're never gonna shut up. But hey, I'm used.
Says, as you're talking to it, you hear just like the faintest like voice. Now that everything has calmed down and your mind has had a moment to just kind of relax, you know, you hear a familiar voice just kind of speak to you and says, well, that is why I chose you, you Quill.
Ah, fuck!
Says,
Hey, that's his response.
says, calm down, or you won't be able to hear me anymore. It's only when the mind can be calm that I can truly make my presence known. He says, I chose you because you had a desire to right wrongs. And perhaps your wrongs are only the wrongs that have been done to you and what you perceive to be wrong. But in the time that I had, there was much that needed retribution that was outside of my domain. You are outside of no one's domain. You can go to the places that I cannot. And so it's from where I am that I speak to you now.
Okay. That just makes more questions than it helps a little bit, but okay.
Says, well, I am not at privilege, I suppose, at this time to be able to explain it in further detail. In order to give you this, to tell you this, it's not just me who I have to concern myself with when it comes to that. There are others who, if I were to give you all these secrets, would not appreciate it. Because in essence, I would be giving up some of their secrets as well. He says what I can.
Names that I may recognize.
He says, the list is quite large, and many of us are fading.
Noticed.
He says, this is my last vestige. You are somewhat of a vessel for me, but not really. In the end, in the long run, it's going to be solely dependent on you. He said, but but you were that choice. There was one other that I considered, but I see his destiny to be far different than yours. You both may end up in a similar place, but his destiny is just far different than yours. And while he's here, he has much he has to do as well. I suppose the difference between you and him is the fact that he was always 100% loyal to me, while you have no care for my machinations, nor the machinations of my type.
Big facts.
In a way that's enduring, in a way that makes you the right choice, because now you will think for yourself.
Bigger facts.
He says, however, the Eros that you knew was completely gone. I completely wiped him out. except for the one part of him that I cannot. The sword is quite alive, with or without me. And, well, you may need to deal with that one day. I cannot help.
Yeah. I had a dealing with a man that had told me as such.
Said I would suggest I would give you more answers, except that is not my place, nor is it my role. I would suggest finding somebody who you can trust, who understands weaponry and has a healthy knowledge of it as well. And, unlock the secret of this sword even more. At least learn its history. Lest it take you unawares. As for me, I will always be a reminder of what needs justice, what needs retribution. And I will aid you until I can't no more.
What does your aid entail outside of being a "this is bad" kind of tale? If I may ask.
Said, well, my purpose is righteous. My blows are fury. I bring the retribution down upon those who think they live outside of it. He said, evil cannot stand against my blade, against my might. And when you wield it, you will know. I know the evil that lurks in the hearts of any and all foes that you may face. True evil.
Any other perks I should be privy to? That
Said, well, some things are evil by choice and some are evil by design. Only you can learn the difference between the two. If you can truly step outside of yourself and learn to use retribution as a whole, then I think you'll figure it out for yourself.
You understand I have a bone to pick with quite a few of the gods.
He said, well,
He kind of chuckles. He's like, unironically, I think I'm on the way to meet with Crash Course.
he said, ah, yes. Well,
My question really is, if you know for me to do all of what I plan to do, my hands will get dirty, and I'm gonna have to. Oh, well, there's not an easy way to put it. I am merely a man. He kind of chuckles. He's like, granted, I've done some shit that would damn near put me on a demigod's level. He's like, I'm not stupid. I'm not there. He's like, yes, I've done things now. I'm not even boasting at this point. He's like, I'm actually kind of shocked myself sometimes. You know, there's a difference between fighting some of the creatures of the material plane, and he's like, and fighting one of you. He just kind of chuckles about it, like what he has to say. You know, he's like, there's a big difference. It's like I've pissed in Narrow's cup more than once. I've probably pissed Heronius off more than a couple times. I've probably screwed over a couple more of the Nine Hells plans than I even want to think about right now. He's like, again, it's not boastering. It's like, I understand I'm kicking over, rocks, and sooner or later I'm going to find something that's going to be a little too much for little old me.
Says, "Oh, what?"
He's like, that's partially why when you brought this up to me the first time, I accepted. He's like, I have seen my limitations.
You've seen what? I'm sorry.
My limitations more than once. He's like, I don't. He kind of sighs. He's like, don't take this as a slight, but I do not like being caught. I chose to do this because I understood you were the one that reached out. And he's like, of all the times that God has reached out, it was the only time where it was more of that. You're helping me to help yourself. But you understand you're also giving me kind of the keys to Pandora's box, so to speak. So part of me respects that. That's why I went along with it. And hopefully will assist. So that's why I'm questioning you. So, about everything. Again, I'm playing in a big kid's toy box right now. And I understand this.
Says, well, yes and no. I reached out to you again because my time was short. I had other options. I chose you because I figured you could do this without feeling as though you were replacing something. If that's the way to put it. I didn't do it because I wanted another me. I did it because I figured if things were going to change, then so does retribution. If he who becomes retribution has to be, they have to see retribution their own way. And that's precisely why I told you, if you can learn to use retribution outside of yourself and see what it is as a whole, then you can make that decision. When I existed, I was not this over that. Everything has to have retribution. Everything. The day star rises and sets on the just and the unjust alike. I did not just bring retribution to that which I thought, that which I perceived to need it. If I did that, then I'm solely working on my own judgment. I brought retribution to everything that required it, for good or ill. So now it is your turn. Truly, what is retribution to you? Is it just those who have wronged you? Or is there so much wrong in this world? Is it only those who do wrong? Or are there acts of righteousness that deserve retribution as well? You will have to figure that out. Because if I tell you and only tell you, then you'll be thinking like me and not like you. And that defeats the whole purpose, doesn't it?
Fair enough.
It says, I react to evil. Yes. You would think that I would solely just be that which rebukes that which is just corrupt. And to an extent I do. The wretched, the cruel, the wicked, the nefarious, the insidious, they all seem to need retribution more often than not. However, if I were to just reach out and bring justice to all of them, am I then now governing that which has to come to pass? Sometimes bad things happen. A forest burns down so new life can flourish. You see? And it is going to be for you to decide whether or not to stop he who burns down the forest, or to allow it so that new life can flourish. But that's that would have to come from your wisdom and your ability to perceive that which is that which is to come. Which is not always easy. I don't mind telling you that there is plenty that I missed, and as such, there are many who now exist that perhaps I could have taken care of a long time ago. But I do have a counterpart. This gift is not mine and mine alone. I share it with yet another. And there's times where I can't step on their toes, and nor can they on mine. So, but my time is past, just like theirs is coming soon enough as well. There is gonna come a time where we of the old are going to have to set aside ourselves for the new. And I am just curious as to how that's all going to play itself out. Not even I could determine what's going to happen in that regard. But no, you are no pawn. And I would warn you that I am incapable of slaying one like me. I will warn.
Out there. What was that?
He said, I am incapable of slaying one like me. If you are going to go up against one of my kind, you need to find something capable of dealing with them.
So if I run across, say, Loth, I need to have something else in my hands.
he just kind of laughs. He's like, Loth is no god.
Fair enough.
Says not even by the meagerest measurements.
Sorry, laptop died.
It's okay. Not even by the meagerest of measurements would I consider Loth a god. But to put it as cryptically as I possibly could, because that's kind of how these things work. Loth is definitely worthy of great things. Again, the day star rises and sets on the just and unjust alike. There are some who exist in this world right now that have aspired to greater things and may yet still do so. But no, if you use me against Loth, if you are capable, I would cut her down to ribbons. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Equal size is like, he's like, not that I think she deserves either way, heads or tails. He's like, I only know stories, but if any of the stories are true, my meeting with her probably will go about as well as go with most people. So just having that knowledge is good for us.
Says, well, that's where it begins, you Quill. As you said, you don't know heads or tails on whether or not she's deserving. Start making those judgments in your mind. Whether you slay her or not, or slay any, start making those judgments in your mind. Start making, whether you choose to or not, start recognizing retribution and those deserving of it when you meet them. Again, not all that glitters is gold. And sometimes you have to let the forest burn down so the life may flourish.
Equal just kind of sighs and like relaxes on the wall a little bit more, like, you know what I mean? Just kind of taking it all in, like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. Whatever. Take it under consideration.
The voice grows silent as you're saying these last things to it. It's almost like I won't say like you feel like you got hung up on, it just kind of feels like it has no more to say.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he just kind of he sighs and such, kind of just like thinking. He's like, you know, his goals are what they have always been. But he's trying to like chew on and digest like what he said and take from it what he can that would aid him, I guess, you know?
mm-hmm.
Not like a complete belligerent ignoring, like, oh, you know, I'm gonna, but it's more of like, is that a requirement? If I do that, do I? You know what I mean? It's like it was, the conversation was so, the way things kept getting alluded to, he's like, huh, I like and don't like this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's the mystery of power.
Yeah, so he's just sitting there kind of like chewing on that nugget, trying to discern what, like,
Well, you could say that you chew on that, and you have a pretty uneventful night or day or whatever time it is down here
Yeah.
until
And beyond
until Dodd and Agaragis come out of the rooting and you all begin to move again.
Yeah, imagine by the time they start waking up, he's just sitting there smoking a cigarette, just like his he's got like the one leg out and the one knee up, and he's just got the knee that's up, resting on it, just smoking. Like, so what you're saying is, you know, just talking to himself.
Yeah.
If I do this, he's like, so I can't just go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Dodd's coming out of his rooting and he's like looking you over like, what a strange man.
He only knew. It's like, this motherfucker literally wants to set the world ablaze.
This dude just planted himself into the ground and grew roots out of his legs, and he's looking at you like you're strange. He literally has a bouquet of fungi as a head, and he's looking you up and down like you're the odd thing.
Yeah.
Dada.
Yeah, he just keeps smoking a cigarette, like contemplating, like he notices they're stirring, but he's like, he's still kind of like hung up on certain things. He's like, you know, he's teetering on like, there's some people, and he kind of chuckles to himself and stamps out the cigarette. He's like, back to the living, are we?
Dodd just looks at you and kind of stretches for a minute and he goes, yes. The rooting process does wonders.
Yeah, Hugo just kind of sighs. He's like, yes, when I can, I do enjoy a good rest. When I can. And he just sighs and like stamps out a cigarette.
Says, well, shall we continue then?
Yeah, why not?
So you guys travel a bit more and eventually you have to rest again. And you root out. This happens a few times, you know, of you taking the time at the time of rest to let Dodd and Agaragis root while you smoke and think. And time just kind of goes by like that, you know? Again, you can't be for sure if it's day or night or whatever, but it's all pretty uneventful, and you just stay along to your left, to your right. It's just a rock wall. To your left, it's this strange glass prism wall, crystal wall. But nothing ever really changes, and you never run into another issue, and you guys move quietly enough that nothing ever seems to disturb. And then it happens.
Yay.
You guys round a bend, and you see in the rock wall the hole that you just came out of, or that you had escaped from. And the sheer realization that what you just did was walk in a glorified circle sets in.
Equal is not smoking, but smoke is coming from his mouth.
Dodd just kind of walks over to the hole and he goes, oh, it looks the same. I mean, it's obviously the same hole, but it just looks the same.
It's awesome. Awesome. Cool. We just walked around in a circle, G.
suggests, and there was no turnoff. There's enough light coming out of this wall here that if there had been another way out of here, we would have seen it.
You want us to climb back into the sphincter?
Says, oh no, we can't move back through that thing. Are you kidding me? Says that'll just take us right back to Alistair Blackcloak. And just looks around, and then he looks at the wall, and he just looks up it. Says, I think we're gonna have to climb this. And that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Fair enough.
Yep. I think everybody is, it's just time. It's just time. We're gonna.
Tell me when I'm done. I tell you when I'm done.
I think everybody had an eventful. Yeah. It was eventful for everybody all around. Zoltan killed a rabbit. Freaking androids being pulled into political intrigue. Otis is popping off at the head at everything he runs into. Agaragis is
Yeah.
It feels like
I couldn't get it
Agaragis is kind of fighting depression in a way, you know. I don't want to be down on it, but it just kind of, and that's fine. I'm not trying to be down. I just mean like Agaragis is figuring themselves out. Uquil is kind of figuring themselves out, and they just both happen to be figuring themselves out in one of the worst places they could ever be.
Yeah. Well, a lot of this does stem back to the past couple of sessions. Like, he's had growing questions. He's just kept them at bay. But the more and more we keep getting into shit, the more and more he wonders. You know? And that's like this whole session, like, it's like a evolution of the route we were taking one way.
Yeah, it's...
Like, again, the whole trials thing and everything else that we've been doing, it's reminding him heavily of what he wanted in the first place and how much he has accomplished, but how much it's like pissing into the wind. And he's like, you know what I mean? Like, It's time to shit or get off the pot. And he's like, I've got some stuff happened, and we may or may not have kind of,
yeah,
knew that it was relevant, but we never really poked it enough to know. Time to start poking.
There are no Fritos in that hole. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm listening to you, but I just happened to look at the memes, and I know that those are Agaragis memes. I know those are.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I totally feel you, because it's one of those things where every answer I give, I leave another question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, ever since he got our Euros and he had that, he has a ton of questions about all of it still, and he knows he's not going to get a lot of square answers from it, but he's going to glean as much knowledge as he can, because again, he has his own devices that he's been working towards.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to figure out how much this is actually going to facilitate his own devices as much as the requirements that come with it, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yo. Yeah. I am really surprised that Zoltan killed that rabbit.
I am not. I was going to tell him to drown it, but I can't. I'll show it.
I was
Like when he was down in the statue looking at him, I was like, just slowly start pouring water in.
I thought it was gonna snap the neck.
I
I was like,
just what
create
the-
water, drown the bastard.
I just didn't expect him to like take it out of there and kill it. I didn't know. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, that part I was kind of like, oh, wow, that's plot twist.
Yeah. I was like, whoa. Yeah. Well, that's another one on the books, guys. We're gonna.
Yeah.
We're
It
gonna.
was like if Uquil was there, like, bro, he would have made a big deal about it, even though he didn't give a fuck, just to make a big deal of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You monster!
Gives you all
So
some.
mad.
It just gives you all something to think about till next session, next Sunday. You know, you all have your thoughts and things to think about and whatnot, and yeah.
Oh, this is just playing right into where, like, a lot of where I wanted to lead it anyway. So I know it's us being split up is not the best, but yet again, it's working for you, Quill, because some things are getting done while he's off doing some shit. So hey, it's not all bad, right?
Yeah. There is a lot that is yeah, there's just a lot. There's a lot. Some of it I have. There's a lot that happens in the session that I don't point out, that happens in the back of my mind, and I think to myself, I'm like, is that actually going to become a thing, or do I just say this and this and this happened, and really it doesn't have to be a thing? But yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know Uquil, like, for him as a character, I'm trying to push certain things. Whether or not you'll let them come to fruition is, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna keep wiggling though.
If some things, the way I do it is, it's not so much a matter of if I'll let them, if it can organically happen and it's not just completely ridiculous. Then,
oh no, all the plans that I have for him, at any point pull me to the side channel, and I'll explain how I got to this train of thought. Does that make sense?
Well,
like
you know,
where I came down and how, because again, like, this is all lying in the reason it's taken me so long to get to where he's at and how he's acting with a lot of the stuff is because, again, naturally, that's just the progression's allowing. I could have, as a player long ago, I could be like, oh, it's like, nah, this fits with who he is and everything that's going on, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, this is the best time to start really pressuring into the things that I wanted for him, because it's like, this makes sense for how he works, and well, for better or for worse, that's who he is, right? Like, he doesn't necessarily take no for an answer very well.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, he's gonna be like, no, you don't understand. This is what this right here. Hey, I want this, and that's just, you know, like, that's the character, you know. Not me as a player. I'm just like, whatever. Like,
no,
we've been over this more than once for a long time. Like,
the way I look at things is I look at things is I just try to learn the character in a way. I have an open door policy that any of you guys can always approach me with at any time and be like, I was thinking about this and this progression of the character, and I was wondering if we could, like, yada yada yada. I always have that, but part of it too is as a DM, you got to kind of be a mind reader and kind of just learn and kind of be able to discern what the player is also wanting to do with that character. And so you kind of just start working towards it anyways, but you try to do it in a real organic manner.
Yeah.
Like, so it doesn't, and you try to do that, but also you kind of leave them an option of, because And it's the weirdest thing, but sometimes as a DM, you can see what the player wants to do, but you think to yourself, they don't really understand what that all always entails, and how, like, within the setting that they're in, how much they may be actually kind of, you know, hurting themselves in the long run. So you always kind of try sometimes and present like an option that will still get them where they're wanting to go, but in a different manner. That way they don't shoot themselves in the foot. Because there's so much as a DM and the setting that you know that the players don't know, probably won't ever know. It's like I said when I, you know, have all these places and stuff, I make folders and characters and NPCs and knowledge and lore that I don't think you guys will ever discover or ever know. I've got tons of NPCs that you guys will probably never meet, but I have them there just in case. Yeah, just in case. Well, there are some places that you guys have kind of come close to getting to that you decided, no, we're not going to go there.
Well, yeah, we've also talked about being like, we need to go do XYZ, and like, I think each one of us has like 3 or 4 things we want to go do, but we've just never found the time to.
Well, I mean, it's just like that though. You know what I'm saying? Like you.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, with you, Quill, like, ever since I just like I think it was like our 4th or 5th talk about like the direction I wanted to go in, and I made that hard stance on what I wanted for him. You're like, you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, because it's like I've told you, whatever happens to him happens to him. When we finish this campaign, like, I want to retire him, and there's a reason for it. Like you alluded at the beginning of the session, 9 years. I've been playing UQuill for a minute. At a point, I want to hang him up and basically be like, here, use him as you see fit. Like, you know the character. You fucking been here the whole time.
Well, an NPC is basically like, if I take a player character and turn him into an NPC, it's based solely upon what you've done. And so you're no longer playing them. So I just kind of take them into a natural progression of where they would be at possibly now, you know, and it may not entirely be what the player themselves would have done with them, but I try to make it make enough sense that when the player should the player run into their old character now as an NPC, they're not necessarily disappointed. They can kind of see like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see them being at this point in their, you know what I mean? And being like and this,
that's what I want. And it's like, yeah, I want him to have like whatever. But at the end of the day, like, when I hang him up, like, he's yours. Like, the story as me as a player and you, Quill, is its own thing. It's got its own, you know, mythos and all that good stuff. The stories that we'll tell about him later down the road, whatever, cool. Whatever he does after I hang him up, I hung him up. You know what I mean? He's not mine anymore. That's the way I'm looking at it, right? Like, I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
it's not one of those, I want you to do this. It's like, no, bro, like, I led him down a path, and however you see to make that path work, have fun with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on to this new person. Like, I want to hear stories, and that's why, like, I joked when we talked about campaign 2 being in the same world. It's like, I want to like, down the road with other characters hear about what our group did, and like hear like you know what I mean, like adventuring. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if he fucking lives or whatever, you know, whatever he ends up doing, like of his like tales of, you know what I mean? That's cool. You know, but now I'm focused on whoever I'm playing now, and be like, oh, that'd be, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Make a joke like, oh, it'd be cool to be like, you know what I mean? So I was like, I've never looked at it like how some people look at their past characters and like, oh, it's got to, you know. Well, tell the story once I hang him up.
It's one of those things where I'm just shooting to not make the character as an NPC sort of a disappointment. You know, like, it may be mine, but in a way, it's always that player's too. You know what I mean? It's It's like having an ex relationship. There's always going to be that tension there, no matter what, right? Because you were in a relationship with this person. You're always going to have that tension with one another, you know? Perhaps you've known each other intimately, you know what I'm saying? And a player and their character know each other intimately enough that, you know, if you run into them again, they should not be a disappointment where they are at in life. At least not to the extent, maybe there are some things, some aspects about that are disappointing about them, but that's just kind of like, well, they continued living after you quit playing them. They still made mistakes and still, but I mean, you can look at them and avidly see, well, that makes sense. You know, like this is the character I created. This is the character I created. They would, you know, this makes sense. I mean, maybe I'd have gone about it differently or blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it makes sense because this is technically the template I gave you to work with. So you worked with it, you know? And when it comes to like other NPCs and stuff, what I mean by like just saying in general, like there's NPCs I know you guys will never meet probably, is simply because to meet some of them, you would kind of have to derail yourselves. It wouldn't be me derailing you guys because I'm like, no, you must meet every NPC I've ever created because, you know, I created these guys. You know what I mean? Like you would literally have to derail yourselves to meet some of these characters, I think. But that's why it's like, well, you know, that's why there's other campaigns and things like that. You know, you're just setting yourself up for future stuff. And you know, we have been doing this for, like I said, we've been doing this for 9 years. You know, you guys have accomplished a lot, all of you. You know, I would say Agaragis and Zoltan have been with us for probably about a year now, close to it. You know, and in that short amount of time, they've hit the ground running. Otis accomplished a lot, left, and has returned, and is still accomplishing a lot. You know,
I think he's doing what Otis does best, which is bringing general chaos to the party.
Oh, there is some things that Otis has done that I have to take into account.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, like he is. When I say general chaos, chaos can also be for the good.
Well,
He's
I mean,
done some great things.
It's just progression. It's just a type of progression that halflings have the uncanny ability of creating. That it's like, I hadn't thought about that, but you went ahead and did that. So now I have to consider what all that. It's like I know people hate the movie Batman versus Superman. I know they don't like it, but however, there is a quote in that when Superman dies, you know, before he dies, and spoiler alert to you Golden Wonders out there listening to this, but when he dies, you know, at the beginning of the Justice League, the Snyder cut, it takes time to show Superman screaming out in pain and agony, and his voice is rippling across, and you don't know where it's rippling to, but you get the idea that the man has so much power inside of him that cry of anguish isn't just rippling across the world, but it's going into the cosmos. And in Batman versus Superman, they warn you about something like that when he says, when you ring a bell, you can't unring it. And they prove that point in the Justice League movie with Superman screaming. He, in essence, is ringing a bell, right? Because that's the whole point of the Justice League. The apocalypse comes down and yada, yada, yada. Halflings have this uncanny ability to ring bells that they can't unring. And they don't always even know that they're doing it because they're halflings. And they're naturally curious creatures. And there's bells that Otis has rung since he's been back that I've been taking note of. That I'm like, well,
Yeah.
Who's on the other side of that door? You know, it's just things that
Well, I think we all to a degree have done that.
well, I mean, yes.
You know, yeah, I mean, I know, like, and again, like,
yes, but it's
Otis has a
it's
canny way of bringing a lot.
It's incredibly different. It's really, you guys have done it. Each one of you have done it in your own right, much to a similar degree. but it's not as often. I should say it's not as often, and it doesn't cause me to actually ponder it and say to myself, well, let's see,
Most of us have the
like,
tact to not try to piss on everybody's shoes either.
well, it's just one of those things, right? You know,
Yeah, that's why I gotta make the joke, but it is funny. Like, as a player, I'm like, yeah. As a character, like, I know you was just giving him the evil eye from hell.
I was talking about how last session it was just completely hilarious to me how just out of the blue, like we're having a regular session, it's going about like I kind of figured it would to an extent, you know, some things happen, whatever, but it's like, well, no, they were gonna kind of trip up something and get some things attentions, you know what I mean? Like Otis actually getting called up by Macabre didn't surprise me much, you know. Zoltan using the hourglass, I was like, well, that's kind of a natural thing, whatever, you know. I imagine, you know, I knew you guys were gonna kind of do some things that got some things as attentions that it was like, okay, you know, and they shouldn't really be knocking on this door, but you know, that can, but what really threw me for the loop, what really just blew my mind, that I was like, oh my gosh, brilliant. Because I didn't do this on purpose, and I had kind of forgotten that this was even going to be an issue, was Zoltan's body going completely limp and Agaragis striking at that moment and taking the time frame.
Yeah, I was like,
because that let the whole party in on what Agaragis's arc has been so far. Like why Agaragis was there in the first place. And they struck and took that time frame, and I said, freaking brilliant. Here is a stroke of chaos to this, what would have been otherwise a pretty straightforward session of just getting these guys back into where they should be and dealing with what they need to deal with and handling business. And now we actually are introducing a plot that I thought was going to be further down the road has now become a little bit more major, because now it has to. And I was just like, hey, here we go. And here we go. And I was just like, leave it to Agaragis. At this point, if it's not Otis, it's Agaragis. And if it's not Agaragis, it's Otis. It's one of those two bouncing. They just bounce chaos off of each other, like left and right.
Well, I was happy for it because I was happy because it allowed Quill to do something that both as a player and as a character I wanted. You know what I mean? Like those people aligned for once. Like often as a player, I gotta make Quill do things I'm not always happy about doing, right? Because it's just like his nature. This time I'm like, oh sweet, she stole something, and that gives me leeway to really, like, again, go down this route I've been wanting to go. And I was like, nice! And then you're like, see if you can pull off the reflex. And I'm like, oh, I got this in the fucking bag. I'm chasing this fucking mushroom.
It's just
happening.
It's insane to me, because honestly, like, up until I think Zoltan got his time frame stolen, you know, he and Android, and still he and Android both have been the two that have been standing on business the most when it comes to the plot of like why they're in Pengshun, and now they've got what they need. Now they're coming back, and now they've just kind of fallen into this like, well, this deeper plot. That plot is just a plot that keeps unfolding, and it cracks me up because they're in a way choosing to continue this investigation even beyond what was needed, you know. And they're not, they don't seem to have any plan on stopping, and that's, you know, they're standing on business with it. You know, like there's a lot of irons in the fire right now that me as a DM I'm just considering, And if some happen organically, then they do. But I have no intention of railroading the group at any point in time. All I can say is I just need you guys to keep using your special items recklessly, and let's see what continues to happen.
I think Uquil is the only one that doesn't use them hyper recklessly, and the one time he chose to use it, it ended up being awkward.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think Uquil also doesn't have a lot of like strange items on him, per se.
No, not anymore.
No, not anymore.
I've come off of most of them.
I think Uquil is pretty good about walking away from things where he's like, that's just too much. I'm not dealing with that. I will say that.
That's not my cup of tea.
I think it's funny that we were talking about special items tonight, and Solar just pointed out the fact that you guys have the Eye of Groomsh, and at one point in time you had the Deck of Many Things.
Yeah, I forgot we had that.
Well, yeah, I mean it ended up in the hands of Bog, an ogre. So he's, you guys pretty much left an ogre with the Deck of Many Things. And there's just a lot of different things that I have to take into account and say to myself, well, what happens behind the scenes once the party is not seeing it? And there's been times where I've contemplated like talking about a scene that you guys aren't actually in to just kind of, set a mood. But I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing. All that'll do is put that in your guys' mind. And then one way or another, you guys will find a way to insert yourself into that. And it's like, if I keep doing that, they're going to keep inserting themselves into side narratives that honestly may or may not even affect them, and would only affect them if they were involved in it, And, yeah. And, we've been going at it for 9 years, and, I don't need to just pile on every plot line onto you guys, There's
at some point
there's plenty for you all to do without me, without me putting a carrot in front of your faces.
This current arc that we're on, unironically stemmed from a discussion about us trying to right the ship and get this campaign going in the right direction. It just happened to derail itself once or thrice.
Well, it hasn't. It honestly hasn't gone off the direction.
Well, when I say like off the rails, like we haven't. I remember some of the stuff we're supposed to be doing, like, you know what I mean? We just keep finding other things to do or starting enough shit to where it's like we can't focus on what we should be focusing on as heavily as we should. I.e. the weirds. It's like,
yeah,
we're chasing a rabbit that we created.
Well, there's still plenty. I have ways to organically like make the actual main plot present that I've done a few times already. That it kind of seeps its way back in your minds because of reasons. So that all this little side stuff that you guys are doing, that's just character growth, and that will help you that will help build you up for what's to come. So far be it from me to let you guys gain your characters gain life experience. So
I blame the main character. I'm here for the fights, man.
This wasn't even Android's fault. This is all Zoltan right here. You guys are where you are right now because of Zoltan. But
the facts, but I blame Android for not reeling it in.
But it was always gonna. There were some aspects of it that were always gonna make themselves present. So it just kind of worked itself out. There were all kinds of things that needed to come to pass anyway. So again, it feels like it's just kind of happening at random, and some of it is completely random that I just fly by the seat of my pants, and then some of it I'm like, well, that's okay because I can work this in anyways, and I just do it. So it so it all works itself out. But yeah, I'm gonna call this session, and I want to thank all you Golden Wonders out there listening and joining us for another adventures in Loxos. I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much for, putting up with me. And I want to thank them old school gamers, the group. Thank you all so much for putting up with me. I know it's not easy. And I know sometimes it feels like I'm just torturing you guys. And the honest to God truth is yeah, I am. And
About it, I guess.
yeah, but I want everybody to know that I love y'all. And y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.